Happy Lunar New Year! Hi, I'm Mintmai. Welcome back to the bakery. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. How are you? Look at our beautiful Lunar New Year wallpaper today. I found it at Free Pick, and they allow you to use things as backgrounds. So that is our beautiful background today. I was wondering if maybe I should give it like, whoa. That's like, this is what the world looks like when I take my glasses off. No, I think I was gonna give it like ever so slight, very slight blur. I think it looks nice like that. But yeah, it's our wallpaper for today. Happy Lunar New Year! Happy Lunar New Year! 恭喜发财! 恭喜发财! However you pronounce it. I think I'm used to saying 恭喜发财, but just because that's the dialect I grew up speaking. But it's different everywhere. But happy Lunar New Year to you all. It's Year of the Horse. The hot Pina. Pina. The horse is here. The horse is here. Oh yeah. Happy Lunar New Year. Mint, where's our hongbao? You're asking me? Hey, whoa. 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 Okay. Traditionally, it is the elders that give out hongbao or red envelopes or red packets with a bit of like allowance fund. It is elders that give that to like the younger generations, and then only once the younger generation grows up and they, you know, get jobs, and it's typically depends on the tradition and like how traditional your family is, but traditionally it's the kids, like if you get married and you like are in employment, then you give out red packets. And if you're not married, you still get them. If you're not married, you still get red packets from your parents or grandparents or aunts and uncles. So I've been getting them. Some people have joked about being like, yeah, I'm single and, you know, I don't mind staying this way because I get my yearly Lunar New Year allowance. But it doesn't work like that everywhere. I'm just saying that it's traditionally, you know, there's like a lot of history with it, but traditionally it's the idea that the parents are taking care of, you know, or like the older generation is taking care of the younger generation in the family and teaching them the traditions growing up. So like giving them a bit of allowance. Honestly, depending on how big of a deal it is, like Lunar New Year is almost bigger than Christmas for some of us. I think my family always celebrated Christmas and Lunar New Year. And it was always really awesome because Christmas, you know, Christmas time is Christmas time, but Lunar New Year, you get allowance that you can save and spend on anything. And also there's a tradition where you put your red packet under your pillow. You put your red packet under your pillow and you sleep on your pillow with like you're not allowed to open it and see how much money is inside. You have to close it. It's called 压岁钱 because you sleep on it and the next morning you take the envelope and you open it and supposedly, in air quotes, it doubles the money inside. Thank you, Alex, for 8 months of membership. Thank you for the red envelope. Do you like orange envelopes because you're orange? Well, today I'm wearing red. Do you guys want to learn about, I mean, I guess I'll just prattle on about it, but there's a lot of cool Lunar New Year like lore. So the reason you're supposed to wear red is because the new year, or rather, the year is the name of a mythical monster that eats people. And it is scared of the color red. So that's why for Lunar New Year, everyone wears red. And they also put off firecrackers. And the firecrackers are red because it goes pop, 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 pop. And it makes like a very scary sound, right? And so it scares off the year. It's I learned a lot of this folklore growing up because my mom's very, very well versed in it, and I think she was just very dedicated to like teaching me and my sister this older folklore. But yeah, that's traditional Lunar New Year folklore. It's just there is this like mythical monster named like Nian, or that just means year. And it kind of looks like a scary dragon. That's the best way I can describe it. But it's a very famous piece of folklore. But that's why everyone wears red and puts off firecrackers. It's to scare it away from the town. So it's like a beast, and basically this beast named Nian, which just means year, it translates to year. So the beast year, the reason why it's related to Lunar New Year is because the day that it would travel to the village, to town, to eat people, it would eat people, and it would eat like their crops and like destroy their farms. But this like demon beast would come to the village on the last day of the year, and that's why it's like you wear red and everything, and then once you scare it off, then it's gone for like the entire year. That's the idea. Again, these are, you know, folklore, different legends, but this one I think is one of the most well known. So he comes out to eat people. Yeah. There's also rules about what days you can clean your house or not. Wait, that's so fun. I love learning about cultures like these. Yeah, I love sharing. I think cultural exchange, you know, in like a positive environment where everyone just wants to like talk about different things. It's cool. Mintmai telling scary stories. It's not a scary story. It's more so like, it's just folklore. There's tons of folklore from every culture, like from way back, and a lot of folklore, folklore, lore about the forks. But folklore is like so deeply ingrained with history and culture, and it's interesting. Have you heard of the Nakizumo Crying Baby Festival? I have not. It's similar to scaring the monsters away. Oh, I do think it's fun to see how sometimes there's similar themes, but depending on the region as well, there's sort of a different telling. I didn't wash my hair yesterday. I think you're not supposed to, right? See, this is the part where things start getting mixed up for me. I was still born and raised in America, and so even though we celebrate all of the traditions, it takes a hot second. Also, Alex, thank you so much for the red envelope. I have received your $25 tip. Thank you so much. I won't spend it all in one place. Oh wow, in Mexico we wear red underwear if we want love in the new year, green if we want money. So what if I cut 2 pairs of boxers in half? One leg has the green pant and then the other leg has the red pant. Like, does that work theoretically? or is it just like, oh, you must prioritize one? I tweeted out yesterday about eating apples and oranges because there are a lot of puns. At least in my experience, in Chinese, people love puns. We love a good pun. So, especially around New Year's. And every year, because this year is the year of the horse, there are like horse puns for good fortune. But apples are for peace, because an apple is a 苹果, and peace is 平安. So, 平平安安, it means you eat apples. And then for oranges, I think the pun is a little unclear to me personally, but for oranges, the idiom that goes with them is 大吉大利, which means like good fortune and like basically luck and money. So eat oranges and apples, either or, if you get the chance. And if not, honestly, it's just kind of fun to know that this is a thing. Because you should eat fruit anyways. You should be having a regular vitamin C intake. So I recommend that just because. Not even in the new year. Just because. I believe it's tangerines. Oh, that makes sense. Because then if you want to be more specific, it works better with the pun. Fruit, veggies, fiber. Wait, have you guys ever seen videos of people that have never eaten fruit before? I remember like years ago, I feel like, was it like BuzzFeed or something? Years ago, there were these videos that were like, oh my gosh, man that has never eaten fruit in his life tries fruit for the first time. And I was so like, I guess I was really culture shocked when I saw something like that pop up on my YouTube recommended, because it was an adult man, like it was a grown man. And it's just kind of like, you clearly weren't raised eating any fruit, so I don't blame you for seeing it as like a foreign thing. But I just couldn't, like, it blew my mind. I couldn't imagine never eating a piece of fruit in my life, because it's just, I feel like growing up it was something I had to eat every day. Why do I always show up somehow when we're talking about fruit? It's in your name. But we were talking about fruit because it's Lunar New Year's. Also, I missed you guys. How are you doing? I broke out of the cage. How are you doing? I feel like I heard that the Valentine's Day karaoke, which got hijacked by someone that was clearly not me. I heard that it still went well, and so I'm glad. But the cage, yeah. But I got free chocolate. So that's pretty cool. Look, I still have it. I literally still have it. It's right here. And it's also red. Perfect. Although I think chocolate is not really something eaten traditionally for Lunar New Year. I'll eat it because I still have all of the snacks I got on sale. I went to the grocery store post Valentine's Day, and some of the Pocky was on sale, so I was like, don't mind if I do. Don't mind me. Hum 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 hum. Very tasty. But yeah, you know, good chocolate. There's a Valentine's karaoke. Oh, sorry, was watching someone else that day. She was cool. Did she happen to like look anything? Did she happen to look anything like this? Like this perhaps? Pulls this photo out of my wallet. I don't know why I have this. I think it was just left in the bakery. But I don't know. This is gonna be that meme. Have you seen her? Have you seen her? Who is this? Who is this, and why do I feel like you know her? Anyways, really strange stuff. But it's okay. We're all good now because I'm back for Lunar New Year. I got back just in time for Lunar New Year. Real talk though. Tell her I said hi. Whoa, who is she? I don't know, of course. I wouldn't be able to give you her contact info. I don't have it, unfortunately. She just leaves threatening sticky notes. I assume it's her from her aesthetic. And how, you know, the stationery that she uses quite literally matches her aesthetic. But she leaves me weird notes sometimes. Left in the bakery? Is this a burglar's note? I can't really say. But, you know, I might have been in the cage for like a day, but I had chocolate and good food, so does the bakery need to increase security? I think we're okay. We got the buff flower friends out front, you know. Most importantly, we got the cats, the surveillance cats. They're not gonna get through pretzel. But real talk, before we get into today's very special activity, because today's activity is in fact very special. It's a very, very special day. Because of something, but I can't say why. I can't say why today's art stream is special yet. It is, yes, it's Lunar New Year themed, etc, etc. But I don't want to spoil anything. So I gotta be, you know, good. and not spoil things for you. Let me get that set up though. The art for today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Let's talk about the schedule real quick. I'm gonna come over here. I like my red cardigan actually. I think I look pretty cute in red. Yippee! But the schedule for this week, ba-bum-bum-bum. The schedule. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I think my neighbor is vacuuming really loudly. I can hear them. Okay. Schedule. The schedule is here. Okay. So, we got the lovely, lovely, lovely week ahead of us. Dun, dun, dun. Red Mai is great. Yeah, the rare non-orange Mintmai. I feel like it's nice to change it up sometimes. It's fun too. But yeah, let's see. First order of business though, because this week's a big week. We got the start of I almost just said GTA V, which is correct because it is GTA 5, but we have the start of District V, the GTA RP event I'm participating in. Yeah, it's hosted by Nijisanji and again, some of the people that are participating in it I recognize from VCraft Enchanted. However, there's so many more people participating in District V. Like, there's a lot more people in this event, and I'm really grateful to be taking part in it. Super grateful for everyone planning and organizing and taking care of like behind the scenes stuff. I'm ready to hop in there and enjoy to the fullest. Like, I think because I've barely played like GTA RP before, this is kind of the first time I feel like I'm doing GTA RP and I'm like, I'm ready. Like, I feel more ready than ever to play GTA and to like RP. But I don't think I'll be able to be on for like the full amount of days or the full amount of server hours, but I think it will just be very, very exciting. And I'm trying to finish up. If you guys have noticed, I've been very, very busy in the last couple weeks. It's because I've been trying to finish all of my, I guess, outstanding deadlines before GTA V, and then because right in the middle of GTA V, I'm also traveling. So there are those things happening, but that's also why our Memban stream, I'm moving it to next week instead of having it this week like I originally wanted to, because I'm waiting for my laptop. It was supposed to ship before GTA V started, but now I looked at the updated, like the tracking info. It's going to ship this week, but I don't think I'll be able to do any test stream with it. But I still want to do a Memban stream where I just like kind of a tech test, little bit of a tech test, and we'll Zatsu or sing or something like that. But yeah, what kind of character am I going to be this time? Glad you asked. I'll introduce her better on the first day of District V. But I do have my introduction, just a very brief peek into who will be hitting up District V in my place. Because obviously it's not me, it's going to be Jenny Coolmint. Jenny Coolmint will be there. But the server is going to be open, at least in my time zone, the server is open from 3 p.m. in the afternoon until 1 a.m. So I will just be taking it really easy, gonna be on as much as I can. And sometimes I might not even stream my POV. I'll try to stream my POV, but there's a chance that if I don't stream my POV, you might catch me in other, District V streams. It really just depends on how busy work gets. But other than District V, we have Pokemon Legends on Thursday because I miss playing Pokemon. I mean, we just played it somewhat recently, but I want to continue the main story for Pokemon. So we're just gonna do that the day before District V starts to, get a little Pokemon playing. Also because when I am in Japan, I don't think I highly doubt my setup will accommodate for streaming from a Switch. So there's a chance that I need to take a break from a lot of games while I'm away. But again, while I'm away, I'll still, you know, I'm looking forward to trying out like Zatsu's on the go. I'm still, you know, fingers crossed that portable setup and everything works out, because, you know, there's a first for everything. And I do think it's pretty exciting to think that I could like bring a stream with me anywhere. Catching other people and other POVs is always fun. I agree. And also for District V, I feel like this is not something that needs to be outwardly said, but I do know that a lot of streamers participating have already mentioned this. So if you watch the announcement stream for District V, which I would highly recommend because they go over some like viewer rules or just like sort of advice and guidelines for if you're going to be like watching the POVs. If I recall correctly, just keep in mind that no pigeoning is allowed. Pigeoning is basically if you're watching someone else's POV, if you leak information that my character doesn't know in my chat. I think for stuff like RP servers like this, I think that's a big one. So it was the same for VCraft Enchanted, although I don't think I was personally clear about that because I wasn't familiar with the term pigeoning. So now I can just say and put out there, now that I know that this is a thing. Definitely, if you're watching multiple POVs, just like don't info share across, or don't be like, ooh, this is, or like, ooh, I wonder when they'll notice. Like that, something, even saying something like that can be a spoiler to anyone else that's playing or other people. So especially if it's like person A is plotting to do something that involves person B, maybe. It's just a little bit, yeah, a little bit stricter. Some streamers are locking in and being super strict if someone pigeons in their chat. I think overall, whenever there's RP events, everyone benefits from no pigeoning. You know what I mean? Because that's what made things, and again, you know, GTA is going to be wildly different from something like Minecraft RP, for example. But everyone that role plays will benefit from the immersion of not knowing what everyone else is doing. That's kind of a very big selling point of something like this. So yeah, that's kind of what the schedule's looking like for the week though. There shouldn't be any changes to the schedule. I'm just really looking forward to it. If you look at the time zones though, on Friday, we are starting an hour early because I think we can just like chat before the server opens, because I need to be there like as soon as the server opens. Or rather, I have to send Jenny Coolmint to take over my stream by the time the server opens, I think. Does that make sense? It's more like with my character, with how my character is going to function in society, I need to be there like day one. So I have a lot, you know, I'm trying to participate as much as plausible for me. And because I'll be a taxi driver, I hope to be of good service to everybody else. Yippee! Or maybe bad service. We don't know. Jenny's kind of a strange one. Devastating for me, notorious pigeon. Are you a notorious pigeon? Do you want French fries? Scatters them on the floor. No way. I'm assuming that you are /J. I don't know why I said it like that. I don't even use tone tags. I am assuming that you are joking. OMG fries. Have you guys ever seen pigeons, but like when they're in a group together? That stuff's scary. Okay, let me get the art for today ready as we speak though. Gonna prepare. All the time? No, they're up to something. They're planning world domination. They're planning it. They know what they're doing. I'm also drawing Lunar New Year art right now. Yay! Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I should probably also prepare. I should also prepare a color palette for today. Today's art stream. Drum roll. Today's art stream is unique because I'm drawing something that I can't fully show. Or I'm designing something that's like partly secret. Smile. But I guess it's not a secret. However, my reference for it has to be. So this is going to be interesting. To say the least. Oh? Yeah. So if you guys remember, and it's also totally cool if you weren't here then, I want to fill everyone in. I've been very, very preoccupied and very busy with slowly chipping away at some donathon rewards from the end of 2024. I believe, and I recall, I have a list of all of them. One of the exciting goals that were met was that chat can pick, that the community can choose an outfit that will go on my model one day. Thank you so much for the redirect. Welcome in. Hi, I'm Mintmai. Happy Lunar New Year. I'm wearing red today to celebrate, and we're gonna design an outfit together. But it's just gonna be really fun. However, it has to do with the outfit that was voted for at that time, which was a qipao or tongsam outfit for me. And I think I'll start drawing the art and then I'll detail why I'm doing it like this or why I'm deciding to do it like this. Because I can't spoil anything. Or I think it's less so a spoiler, but more so sorry, I had to readjust some chords. Less so a spoiler and more so there are reasons why, just more practical reasons why I haven't been able to actually make and like stitch together the clothes for me to wear on stream. OMG, I just finished drawing a tongsam. Perfect. We're gonna match because I need to design one today too. But I hope you had a lovely stream, anyone coming in from the redirect. I hope that you have a very, very comfy, cozy, cozy time. And I hope you look forward to the artwork. I'm just adjusting I don't want to flashbang you guys. So I'm making sure that the canvas and everything is a little bit darker to start with. Okay. But yeah, anyone else who wants to get any artwork done today, do some drawing, I'm wishing you lots of luck in making the progress that you want in your artwork. I've drawn Lunar New Year artworks in the past, on stream and such, but this is the first year that we're actually doing an outfit design. So, without any further ado, let's go over here. Hello! Here we are. Thank you for yapping with me as well. I just ready to get this going. All right, my table, my drawing tablet is here. Okay, so today's big task, drawing a Lunar New Year's outfit. And I have a secret reference that I'm looking at right now. I think for this, it's interesting because I've technically I've technically already drawn it on my model, but it can't exist yet. And I'm very sorry about that. But I do think with time I'll also be able to like improve how I draw it, improve all of that. So it's exciting. Let me catch up with chat for a moment too. People feed pigeons in the parks near me, so they group up in groups of like 200 to 300 pigeons. Oh my gosh. You meant 20 to 30. That makes a lot more sense. I was just recalling earlier when I was talking about pigeons. I was just recalling seeing like a crowd of them one time in New York City. And I think the pigeons in New York City are like built different. I think they're built different. Oh, I wonder if I should do the composition like this, like vertical. It's okay. We're gonna do it like this. Even in the thousands, people kept their own pigeons in my area. People kept personal pigeons. They had birdhouses built on top of barns or storage houses. The birdhouses were large enough for an adult man to stand in there. What? I want a birdhouse. I want like a personal birdhouse to stand in. Hi! Happy Lunar New Year! Happy Lunar New Year. Oh yeah, you guys kept asking about your red envelopes. You know, growing up, there's a rule in my family. You don't get your red envelope until you do what's called 拜年. So you have to, at least when I was a kid, you had to earn your red envelope by reciting from memorization the phrases, the very lucky phrases for the year. No, it's true though. Actually, I called my parents last night and it was the same thing. It was the exact same thing. My mom was like, okay, 拜年 or else you don't get 拜年 or else you don't get your digital red envelope. And I was like, oh yeah, this is how it is every year. I have to earn it. I have to earn it with my pure language skills. What if you forget? I think the thing is, it's once a year, and so I never forget. Because without fail, I at least remember one every year. Here's your red envelope. Here you go. You know what? You can keep it. You can keep it. I got you. I'm so generous. You can just hold on to it right there, okay? Hold on to it. I'm gonna put it over here by the icon. Look at that. Look at that happy flower friend with a red envelope. You must 拜年 or say bye to say bye to the year. No, it's like oh gosh, I don't know how to translate what it means. It's like, I guess you have to wish your elders a good Lunar New Year first. And you put your hands together too. 谢谢Mint姐姐. Oh my gosh. At least you didn't say ai. You called me a netan instead of an auntie. I'll give you credit for that. That oddly looks like the one I gave you earlier. Why does it look open? No. It's not empty inside, but you're not allowed to open it until tomorrow. Cause you have to sleep on the red envelope. Let's get like a nice sketch in. Do-do-do. Oh my goodness, I rarely sketch for anatomical purposes. But today we're kind of drawing a reference sheet, so I feel like I should. I feel like the simplest reference sheets are just like front facing, standing still, but I'm old now, so have to give out red envelopes to older and younger. It depends on the tradition, right? I'm guessing that's probably what your family does. Wait, so, oh, I see. If you're in the middle, it's true. You gotta give red envelopes to your parents' generation and to like your kids' generation, or if you have siblings that have kids. I think if you have siblings that have kids, at least this is what I think happens. If you have siblings that have kids and you're unmarried, but you have a job, I think you give their kids red envelopes, but you don't have to give like your parents red envelopes. It's just a bunch of tradition. Yep, grandparents and even cousins' kids now. Yep, unmarried and have job. Ooh. You've got a combination of things going for you. So at that point, it's kind of like they expect it. Maybe, I don't know. These sorts of traditions are interesting. It's like Christmas, honestly. For anyone that celebrates Christmas and doesn't celebrate Lunar New Year, the best way to describe it is like the sort of the social. The social norms is just sort of like, oh, like who you get Christmas presents for, and you kind of it's just like that. It's like a whole matter of respect. Feels great to be the youngest I still receive, therefore I only have to give to my Oshis. You only have to give your Oshis red envelopes. Wow. Whoa. I'm how would I explain? I think I work hard but feel very unemployed. Like I'm working, I wouldn't say all the time, like not to be dramatic. I think I'm very grateful to have, you know, the work I do, and also being here and streaming, and also like working from home so I don't go to an office. But then that's also kind of like, oh, you don't have a real job. so like I feel unemployed. Even though I'm waking up at 7:30 and starting my day. Trust me, you do not want to be actually unemployed. Oh, I've been there before. I think hasn't everyone been unemployed at some point in time? Well, I guess there's always people that are like, I'm a student and then I immediately get a job and then I stay in that job forever, but I still think that's rare these days. I think it's rough being unemployed, but I'm just wishing everyone, you know, good things and good luck with, you know, their consistent day-to-day schedule and just like finding something that works out. I've been working since I was a fetus, actually. Oh yeah, I was investing since I was in the womb. Oh my gosh. The other day I was outside. Oh my gosh. 恭喜发财, my love. Happy Lunar New Year, Sugi. Mwah. Can't wait to graduate and become unemployed. Well, I think, you know, I think being a student is its own challenge. I think being a student, or how would I explain it? It's like, it's tough because it is hard to find work and such. At the same time, it's more of the idea that working buys you freedom to do things that you want to do. That idea. Sugi's adding more languages to her arsenal. I'm so proud of you. I'm trying to get a good, like, pose for a reference going, because I want front and back for the reference, because we're designing an outfit today. Outfit. I don't think I've done this, like designing an outfit live on stream, in a long time, and it almost feels like there's more pressure even, because this is an outfit that I could, or that I hope to someday wear on stream. So, okay, I think there it is. There's our poses. Pose A, pose B. And then I think I have a little bit of a sketch for this drawn out. So the sleeves, and here we go. My college program was really intense, so work was way easier than school. I kind of had the same experience. Or it was rather like being a student was really tiring in its own way. You also get paid for work versus paying for school. Yeah, the crazy thing is, like, school, it's like you're paying for that. You're paying for that, and it's not even always like, I don't know how to explain it. Depending on the classes you're taking, sometimes you're sitting there and you're like, oh, technically I paid for this. And then you're like, oh, groan. No, it's okay. I think I had really, really nice professors. But I do think, I don't know, there's just so many. You know what's crazy? Just how varied everyone's life experience is. I think about it sometimes because it's like, even having a different major, like you'll have gone through such a different school experience from someone else. And I think a lot of people I know had like super different school experiences from me. So I used to have this one class that lasted from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And every time I was like, wow, I'm paying for this. I remember so clearly that one of the years, maybe not even just one of the years I was in school, there was basically I had 1 day or 2 days a week where I was in like lectures or classes for 9 to 12 hours a day. Which is, it sounds fine, I guess, compared to like working that amount of hours, right? Like such long shifts are really, really, really straining. But when I was in school, I remember everyone dreaded that day because like all you got was like a lunch break and then a little bit longer dinner break. But you would leave your dorm in the morning and then you'd get back to it like so late at night. At least what I thought was late at night, because I think even then I wouldn't want to sleep past like midnight or 1 in the morning. Okay, this is what we got going for us so far. Let's sketch a face on there. I feel like once you sketch a face, everything else, it like feels cuter. Even if it's like very unfinished. Ta-nan! It's a little bald, a small bald Mintmai. That's me. My Oshi bald Mai is back. She's here. Just in time for the year of the horse. Oh, I guess horses are not bald though. Darn. Horses have like beautiful luscious hair. Did you guys see that photo of I saw a photo, someone overlaid every single Uma Musume together into like one character. Or it was just like, it looked like a very blurry Uma Musume. But then looking at it made me realize, wow, very apparently I think most Umas have short hair. Or there's more, I mean obviously there's more overlap there. Umapyoi. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they like, I don't know if I liked it. Oh man, but they just, I think, overlaid like the images of Uma Musume like facing in the front together from the game. They just overlaid all of them on top of each other. It kind of just looked like Spica. I have a theory. If you look at the Uma Musume overlay, you'll see your special week. You mean Spechan? I was gonna be like, I haven't been playing Uma Musume. I don't know which Uma that is. No worries. Umapyoi, Umapyoi. Oh, it's the team name. I see. I think it just looks like, if you squint, it just looks like your favorite Uma Musume. Like whoever that may be, I think the overlay of all Uma Musumes just looks like your favorite one. Also, if you squint, you can just barely see El Condor Pasa's like face mask, like wrestling mask. You can see her mask if you squint. You're onto something. Yeah, I think your subconscious like fills in the Uma Musume that's your favorite. I think it just does. Because like I was like, okay, well my favorite Uma Musume is Spechan. So I like Special Week the most, but I look at it and I like squint a little and I'm like, but I can also like kind of make out, like I think it could be another one. As long as I remember what the Uma Musume looks like, I can imagine them in the mega, I guess the great merged Musume. the Uma merge Sume. That sounds like a terrible match 3 game. You know? Those mobile game ads for match 3 games. Uma merge Sume. Merge your favorite Umas. Oh my gosh. Gold ship. I miss when Uma Musume first came out. Like not to feel nostalgic for something that I could totally still, you know, I could obviously still play Uma Musume. But I feel nostalgic for when Uma Musume first came out because I was less busy. Like when it initially came out, I had the time to like actually think about building grandparent Umas at all. I was like, oh yeah, let's think about this. And nowadays, I mean, I said I was playing a bit of Zenless Zone Zero because I think, you know, the angels are idol themed and I love that. But even then, I am like not opening Zenless Zone Zero for longer than 5 minutes a day. I just get the bare minimum for the dailies and then I'm out. Like I close out of the app. Good afternoon, happy Lunar New Year. So real. Yeah, I also feel like when it first came out, I mean, this is the struggle with, I think, games like this though. The struggle with maybe gacha games in general, dare I say. It's like when Uma Musume first came out, because it was new, so many people were like making so much stuff with it. And there's like so much art, and there still is, but it's kind of like, once it's not as new anymore, I think it dwindles off into whatever the active community becomes, you know? So unfortunately, I don't see as much Uma Musume stuff anymore. Gacha game grind burnout is real. I just think that games that require you to put in... It doesn't feel right to say games that require you to put in effort because, like, I think that doesn't exactly match up. It's like, it's unfortunate that so many games fall flat, even if they're good games, because I don't know, it's like the active fan base like shrinks. And I think that's happened with like every single game ever, though. Yeah, it's like you hit the point, there's sort of a threshold where it's like super exciting for the first while just because everyone's like, ooh, yay, new thing. But then you hit a point where it's like, you know, I'm Like logging in every day is not doing much for me unless I really have like an Uma that I like want. Basically for me, I got my favorite Uma Musume and then I was like, okay, bye. I got summer special week and I was like, awesome, my job here is done. But it was mostly because I didn't have the time. And you could argue that like, oh, you can make the time if it's a game that you like really want to play. I know plenty of people that are like very busy and still Uma Musu maxing. But I think outside of Uma Musume, they're probably not playing many games, you know, like in their own time. So it's a trade-off. For me, I always have to pick. I barely play games off stream because most of the games I play, I'm like, I want to save it for on stream. Also, isn't this hairstyle super cute? I think I cooked with that one. Or to clarify what I'm drawing right now, I technically designed a long time ago, but for various reasons, I have to delay it from happening. So I decided, instead of essentially debuting the outfit, I at least want to draw the official design and like release it to you guys so you can see it. Oh my gosh! 恭喜发财，新年快乐! Yeah! Oh my gosh. Hi Maya. Did you get that pronunciation down perfect? I believe in you. Happy Lunar New Year. I love seeing the red envelope I put with you guys in the upper left, because it looks like you guys keep taking turns holding it. For sure. It's got that Jie hair vibe. A little bit. I've always liked like long hair that's down, but then you have a hair loop. I think it looks super cute. It's like I can put my hair down right now too. That looks cute too. That's kind of yoinks the red envelope. Mom said it's my turn. Oh my gosh. I don't think, I'm trying to remember, but my family, they always made sure to give me and my sister separate red envelopes. Oh yeah, also the money you put in the red envelope. I know, like back when I was taking like language classes, they would give us red envelopes, but it only had $1 in it. But technically, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to put an even number. And it obviously cannot be like 4. Like it can't be some kind of multiple of 4, I think. No, I think people do like $20, or it's very normal to do like multiples of 20, which are technically multiples of 4. But like you just shouldn't do like $40, because 4 is bad juju. 4 is a bad number. I think for the back reference, different artists have different ways of getting around like taking the hair off for the back reference. And it's like some artists, when drawing the back reference, this is the back of the head, okay? Some artists are like, okay, they're just bald now. Like they're just bald. And then I've seen artists that are like, okay, they're not bald, but they have a buzz cut. They have a buzz cut now. But I think my favorite variation of it is like you can just move the hair like to the front. Because then it sort of still keeps the idea that, you know, like the hairstyle and everything is still consistent. That's my personal way of going about it though. I've seen people do the hair, but they lower the opacity. Oh yeah, that too. Where it's like, head is here, but then they slowly, here. So let's just say that's the hair. They like they do this, and then the line art is like, there's like the head. They just let it like trail off so that you can see the rest of the design. I kind of think that the bald or buzz cut, like as an artist looking at a reference, having the unobstructed back design for an outfit can be very useful though. You've seen some give them the bowl cut. Oh, like a bob. They're like, oh yeah, everyone's gonna get a bob now. That's kind of cute too. It's like straight up haircut. I think I personally enjoy the idea of like the character in the reference sheet is like staying, you know, it's like photos from the front and the back of the character taken around the same time. So that's my idea for it. Also because I want to be able to explain how this hairstyle works. So I think my idea for this hairstyle is it preserves my donut braids. You know, my classic hairstyle. It preserves my donut braids in a way. That's my idea for it, at least. So it is a loop, but it's also a braid. Yeah, I hope I can show you guys the other work I've done for this in the past. I think I'll be able to someday. Trust. The thing is, because it is kind of, you know, it's so Lunar New Year themed. I'm like, oh, I don't know how to time it. But at least for now, it has to be put on hold. Because from a practical sense, getting tailored new tailored clothes is a lot of work. And time and finances, and I think right now is not a good time to be expanding the closet. That's why we have Mintmai's closet though. We're gonna be reintroducing all my other fun clothes. You had a mochi donut for the first time the other day and it was great. Yeah, mochi donuts are the best. I'm so glad you guys find this cute so far. I'm very proud of the design, and I'm happy that I can give it some time and attention and a proper reference sheet. I also think, even though I technically did design the dress, I do think that I want to see like if there'd be any extra accessories that I want on it. You know, like a nice fluffy shawl situation. You guys ever see, I guess, when people or characters, they wear a qipao or cheongsam and they have like a really fluffy shawl? I kind of think that's really cute too. Although I don't think I would have one of the super long ones. Sometimes they have like really long ones that go to the floor. I have to decide. Like, isn't that really cute? If you have the fluffy shawl. There's also, again, this is why I'm playing around with this. There's also like these, I don't know what to call them. They're also shawls, but they're not really, like long, like the boas. They've just got like, they just clip together at the front. Let's see. They just have like, it's like short, like a short fluffy coat. It's like this. I guess it is a shawl, but it's like this. And you can wear that with your qipao chongsan. It looks more like this. But I think between the two of them, I only want to pick one. You know, a poncho? Oh yes, it's more like a poncho. That's the word. Capelet. I think that could also be correct. But yes, they have and it like cinches, so it like looks really nice. This almost feels like it fits well into, I guess, my fashion style. Oh, but now that I'm looking closer at the references, it's like, it's interesting because it doesn't work like a poncho technically. The sleeves are separate. So it is more like a jacket, but it looks so much like one. It looks so much like one shape. I think that's what's confusing me. It looks to be like about this long. But you can wear this outside, and it's also... And the sleeves are wide, which gives it that like poncho look. Man, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I'm feeling more of the fluffy boa situation more than the coat. I thought I might like the coat more with the qipao, but I think we'll go with this. I think I will make it shorter though, for my personal taste. I think it looks nice. The silhouette looks nice if it's kind of not super long, because then it leaves sort of like all this nice negative space. Or rather, it's like the bulk of the outfit is like here. And I think that kind of looks nice. My personal preference. Feels like those older sister types in manhwa who also have those fancy fans. I look like I'd have a fancy fan. Hello. Happy Lunar New Year to everyone just popping in. Today I am drawing an official Mintmai outfit. Not just for funs, but it's actually an official Mintmai outfit. Like one day, someday, I hope to see this, or I hope to wear this and see myself wear it on stream. Wow, Mainu. Who's Mainu? Me? That means beautiful woman or pretty lady. 恭喜发财，新年快乐 Yes! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! I think a fan is cute, but I might not draw myself holding a fan here. My goal today is to get this design reference sheet done. It's been so long since I've drawn a reference sheet. There's multiple times I've started drawing a reference sheet, and then I think I don't fully finish it because something else that I need to draw comes up first or becomes a priority. And then time passes and then my art improves and then I'm like, oh, This old reference sheet I started back then, I'm not feeling it now. That happens all the time. Wait. I've seen, oh, sorry, flashbang. I've seen that around. I've seen people being like, oh, it's Year of the Horse, so you should say "ne hao," but it's like, I guess it's a pun. But it's like, that doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't feel like the same to me. Maybe just because it's a pun of just saying hi. I think there's a separate horse pun, but I just can't think of it. But yeah, it's Year of the Horse. So... Give me your best horse pun. Just any horse pun. I'm thinking about it. Oh gosh. Did you guys ever experience, like, in elementary school, maybe? I'm thinking it's elementary school because it's very, very early on when everyone is still small and they find this very funny. Have you ever experienced, like, when someone says hey and then it gets responded to with, like, hey is for horses? Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, I was a hater as a kid. I was not into it. I was like, dude, the joke's old. I didn't say that though. I didn't say that out loud because I was so shy. But whenever I heard that happen, I had like a quiet personal eye roll. I was so tired of it. I had a teacher who would say that all the time and it annoyed everyone. I think, here's the thing. I think teachers are so powerful and so strong, but also I think we all have to remember that the moment an adult tries to be like, oh, I'm hip with the kids, I know the jokes that the kids are saying, they're not gonna like it. I think we just have to acknowledge sometimes that, you know, you can't just insert yourself into whatever the kids find funny. I think it's hard. It is hard. I remember I had some teachers who all the students thought were like genuinely cool. Like there's always some teachers that everyone was like, oh, they're so cool. But I'm like, if you can, you know, but it's because they weren't trying to like force anything. They weren't trying to be like, and this doesn't even apply to like just teachers and students or like age, you know, or like generational differences. It's almost more like when you stop trying really hard to be like, haha, look, I'm a really funny person, you'll be a lot more naturally charismatic. And I know it's easier said than done, but that's just something that I think has been observed. As a shy, as a relatively shy person that just observes everyone else hanging out, I guess. Because basically, every time in the past, I've tried to be like, haha. I don't think I've particularly tried being like that, but more so, I do think there are periods of times, like growing pains, where I was trying really hard to fit in, for example. And I think that just never, it never lands the way you want it to. Because I think it's tough. I think I'm spending too much time on the face right here. Just wanted to have nice lashes for Lunar New Year. Get the lashes done. Okay. Ah, jawline moment. Never let him know your next move. No, never let him guess your next move. That's so funny. I didn't think it would look that. I didn't think that it would actually work so well. Shh. Straight mogging. Oh gosh, I gotta stop doing that. That's too... Not gonna lie, I didn't expect it. Exactly. Never let him know your next move. Damn, your jawline is sharp. I used to be... in like middle school, I saw something somewhere. Again, this is why everything and anything is so influential on mankind, and it's terrible, and oh my goodness. But I saw something about, like, you know, chewing gum will sort of help build like your jaw muscles, and in turn it might give you a bit of a sharper jawline. And funny enough, I already have like a sharp-ish jawline, I think. But in middle school, I was like, oh, I want to look so handsome. So I chewed gum. Not at school, but I chewed gum like it was a task, like it was assigned to me, like it was my duty to chew gum so that I could mog everyone. It was, I mean, I guess it wasn't to mog everyone. I had no thoughts on how anyone else's jawlines looked. It was more just so I'm like, I want to have a sharp jaw. I don't know why I had a thought like that. Like, I don't know. Was I trying to look like a webtoon character? No clue. But needless to say, I think chewing gum, I don't think it really made a difference. I think all chewing gum does, though, for me, is like, it is nice when you want a snack, but you don't want to, like, just eat chips. You ever get that? You feel like a hamster or something, you just want to gnaw on something and not even necessarily eat something? I think it's because I also really like grape flavor, and there's a lot of yummy grape gums. I just wish that those yummy, like, ice cube shaped gums had any semblance of flavor. If there's anything I could change about gum, I think that would be my only complaint. Actually, my second complaint is I wish you could swallow gum. I wish you could swallow gum. I've definitely swallowed gum as a kid. Not because I was trying to be bad, but just because adults would always say, okay, if you chew gum, make sure to spit it out. You can't swallow it or else it'll be in your stomach for 10 years. And I was like, watch this. Oh. Watch this. And then I remembered feeling really cool to myself because I was like, awesome, I'm gonna become this host for the gum for the next 10 years. I genuinely thought, I mean, you know, it's not great for you to swallow gum, but I genuinely, like, thought that everything that was said was, like, true. So I thought that I was going to, like, genuinely house a piece of gum somewhere for like 10 years, and I was like, that's cool. So the warnings had the opposite effect on me. The warnings had the opposite effect on me. Sorry, I accidentally knocked over my tablet and then it disconnected. Sniff. Let me fix it. Here we go. Me too, girl. I'm glad it's not just me. Also, happy Lunar New Year. I used to love grape bubble tape. The grape Big League Chew. I've never had Big League Chew. Me grabbing 6 bags of almonds at work. Do I want to eat them? Not necessarily. Do I want to nod on them? Yes. Wait, when you say 6 bags of almonds, are they like snack packs of almonds? Because when I see bags of almonds, they're like huge. I'm guessing that you're saying like at work, there's like concessions, I suppose, Like in the break room, they have like these little packets of almonds, like trail mix. Yeah, small packs. I would also grab 6 packs. Dude, you know, whenever they have like those, I'm not thinking of the right name. The fruit snacks. Starts with a W. Whenever they have those fruit gummy snacks, I'm not getting just 1 bag. Oh, Welch's. Yeah, whenever like an event or like work or school ever had Welch's fruit snacks somewhere, I cannot stop at 1 bag of Welch's. Also, I think the most disappointing feeling in the world is to open a bag of Welch's and there's like none of the orange slices in there. You grab only 1 bag, you're not seeing the rest of them later. They're all gonna get snagged, is that it? Dang, the competition is fierce. I kind of think almonds are like one of the more superior nuts to eat. You know? Actually, my ranking would be like almonds, but cashews. I love cashews. Although I think over the years cashews have gone down in my personal ranking. Almonds are just like healthier, and then they can go in like so many other things. And while you could say the same for cashews, it's like almonds, like I like them, you know, like I like almond milk. I think it tastes good. So I like almond milk, I like almond butter. I like the sliced almonds in like salad. Pistachios are good too. I think pistachios are high on the list. They gotta be top 3. I think, you know what I struggle with? I'm curious if I'm alone in this. So I don't like peanuts, the nut, but I like everything that peanuts make. It's sort of the opposite with like strawberries. Love strawberries. I don't like very artificial strawberry flavor. I'll eat bananas. I really don't like artificial banana flavor. But for peanuts, it's like anything that's peanut flavor or peanut made, it's like amazing. And then you eat a peanut and you're like, what is this? What is the meaning of this? I know people who have the same sentiment with tomatoes. Oh gosh, I know multiple people that don't like raw tomatoes. I remembered having a teacher that was like, I think that eating a cherry tomato is what eating an eyeball would feel like, so I don't like tomatoes. And I was like, I disagree, however. I can't blame you for feeling that way, I suppose. But they were like, the texture and like the pop of it all is exactly how I feel. Like eating like human eyeballs would feel like. And I was like, that is very specific. But also, you know, I can't really say anything. Peanuts are actually beans. Wait, are they legumes? Legumes. I love that word. I like lentils too. I haven't had anything with lentils in a really long time, but I think lentils they're pretty tasty. Oh, whole sunflower seeds versus sunflower seeds that like have been de-shelled. I think you're not alone in that, because I think the best part about like ranch flavored sunflower seeds is putting the whole thing in your mouth, like the shell too, and then basically waiting for the flavor from the shell to be gone, and then you remove the shell and eat the middle, right? Like I thought the shells were tasty. Like you don't chew and swallow the sunflower shells, but or sunflower seed shells, but they're tasty. But yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks peanuts taste a little funny. They're just so dry. Like plain salted peanuts, they're very unappealing. But then I feel so bamboozled because I'm like, but I love peanut stuff. I'm like, am I a fake peanut fan? Like, what's going on? Walnuts toasted in honey. Wait, I'm gonna have to take notes. That sounds really good. I was trying to see if I had drawn my reference too short or tall, but I think the proportions are just fine. I'm just overthinking it. Have you guys ever had walnut shrimp? I don't know how traditional it is, but I always remembered liking it. And they'll have it at, I think, Chinese restaurants, very common. Dim sum sometimes. Various Asian restaurants, because there's so many like regions and foods. I love honey walnut shrimp, but my favorite part is just the straight up walnuts. Not even the shrimp. Just walnuts. Whenever I was somewhere like eating with family and there was walnut shrimp on the table, if there were any stray walnuts left on that like platter afterwards, I would be going for them. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my gosh, the restaurants with the Lazy Susan. I didn't know they were called that for most of my life. That the little spinning glass in the middle had a name and her name is Susan. I think that it's wrong of them to call it a Lazy Susan though. I don't think she's lazy at all. She's working hard. She's carrying like 12 plates of food for like a family of 12. Wait, really? I didn't know it was called a Lazy Susan. Because also, whenever I ate at restaurants like that, like, no English was ever spoken. No English was spoken amongst my family, or like the waiters, or anything. So there was no time for anyone to say the word Lazy Susan, I suppose. I don't even know if I can think of what it was called in Mandarin. Because it's like no one addressed the table, I suppose. The table standing in the corner addressed me. Shout out to Susan carrying all the plates and entertaining the kids. So true. I'm like, Susan is keeping the family meal together. Oh gosh. I think, you know, the kids, they love to spin the Lazy Susans, but I just remember like being so careful when spinning it because I was like, oh my gosh. If I kept thinking I would break it because it's glass, right? Kept thinking I would break it. But yeah, Susan's been helping family dining for years, so we got to give her more credit. Yeah, no one really refers to it as anything, right? I also knew it as just the cool spinny thing in the middle of the table until like college, right? It's like no one, like you don't know how to address it. It's just like, oh yeah, the spinning plate of glass that's at every buffet dim sum place of this style. Just put the plate on there, Saul. I keep hearing the different origins of honey walnut shrimp. Some say it originated in Hong Kong, others say in the States. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Let's do research together. Let's find out. Oh, apparently my research was too powerful. We went to the void. Honey walnut shrimp origin. Origin story. We're gonna learn the lore. So I think it's just really difficult to trace back. I don't care for the origin. I only care for the destination. My belly. Yeah. As long as it is in my mouth. So I think multiple... I'm like scrolling down really far. There's a lot of different there's a lot of different like media outlets and articles discussing it, but all of them say believed to have originated or may have been invented. So there's no certain history that they can find about it, but the theory is it might have, possibly, most likely been invented in Hong Kong and then found its way to, you know, the US in like the later 1900s, like maybe I'm looking, maybe like, I don't know, let me peek around. I can't find anything specific about the year. It's just like later. Either way, it is the fact that it is tasty that matters most. I mean, I do think the cultural origin of food is like very interesting and also very important, but when it's something like that where it's like, oh, historians, we don't really know, then it's more so like, well, let's just enjoy that we have it then. If no one is certain, there's no point in arguing about it amongst modern folk, because we were not there when the script was written. Happy Lunar New Year! Yeah, it's definitely a favorite because it's so yummy, you know? Tastes like candy. Trying to draw this braid nicely. If I wasn't snowed in, I'd get some, not gonna lie. Stay warm! Oh my gosh, snowed in? Oh! That's why. Oh, I just had a realization. That's why the town in Undertale is called Snowdin. Guys, Undertale is like my favorite game, and I didn't know it. Oh, Warren, thank you so much for the... Thank you so much for the red envelope. Red packet from Miss Mint. Sorry, I can't make it red. Don't even apologize. No, you don't have to apologize for that. You know that gold is a very auspicious color. Gold is everywhere. And also in Mintmai's color palette. Please, please. I know sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send like a red, you know, like a red colored super chat because it's like red envelope season, but that's a lot more finances, and I think I would not want anyone to financially burden themselves for the bit, so I'm grateful that you wanted to give me something. Thank you. 新年快乐. Happy Lunar New Year. I will save it. I will save it well, and it'll go into my outfit tailoring fund. Yippee! Thank you so much for your support. I really mean it. I appreciate everything. I'm just very grateful. What? I don't ever want people to feel like, you know, negatively about themselves in any way for not being able to financially provide something different. Because it's already like, you are doing more. You're already being so very, very generous, you know? I think if anything, just watching my stream helps me out a lot too. Just think of that as like, it's you know, directly supporting me. It makes a difference. And I'm like, it's very kind. Sniff. But yeah, since it's Lunar New Year's though, you know, anyone that feels like they've been slipping behind in some of the things they've wanted to get started with, in the new year, I kind of like to think of Lunar New Year as another like soft reset. I think that you're allowed to be like, oh yeah, it's New Year's. Let's, you know, let it be another burst of motivation if you need or want one, you know? I think that it's there for you as an option. A second chance. Yeah, and actually, I mean, it's easy to say, less easy to feel, but you know how you can start over at any moment in time, you know? You can always start working towards whatever you want to. You can always start over in like building good habits. All you need is like a new, you know, it doesn't have to even be a new day. Like you can just like start in 5 minutes. That sort of idea. But it's so hard to get yourself to feel like actually feel that way. So I still think that events, like special events like New Year's, or I even think like birthdays. Whenever it's my birthday, I'm like, yeah, this is like turning over a new leaf, sort of. Because you're like, even if it's just kind of an arbitrary number of how long you've been around, it's also just kind of like, awesome. You know? This is the day I was, like the anniversary of the day I was born. So I feel like for me, I spread it out. So it's every time, you know, there's the new year, and then there's the Lunar New Year, and then there's my birthday, and I'm like, we get these soft resets where I can be like, let's try, you know, like, let's try again if we were feeling discouraged about one thing or another. Yeah, sign up for that gym membership again if that's what you wanted to do. Because it's just like, it doesn't hurt to sort of think of it as another sort of fresh start. Because I don't know if anyone else feels like this, but I definitely get this once in a while. Sometimes it's easy to feel like if something doesn't really go as you had planned, or something maybe takes a really long time, like first thing in the morning, it's like, well, there goes my day. And I think I used to suffer a lot from that. Not so much anymore. I think I've gotten so much better about it, but in the past I was definitely like, whoop, I meant to do this, and then it wasn't going well, or like something happened and it's like not going smoothly, and then I go, there goes my day, and then feel really bummed because I'm like, my day, you know, you wind up feeling a little demotivated or like different for the rest of the day, and then it's like, but there's still so many hours in a day. Oh yeah, Lunar New Year is also recognized many places in the world. In China, it's recognized as the beginning of spring. Definitely a good opportunity to reset. It is like the start. It does feel like more of a, almost like a social end to winter. Even though winter is technically not over, it feels like the conclusion of something. Because you're past that like New Year holiday season, you're like in February now. To me, February doesn't feel like a winter month. It's like a secret third thing. Wait, no, not a secret third thing. To me, February doesn't feel like winter or spring. Or summer or fall, but I guess that is natural, so it is a secret third thing. To me, February, like March feels like a clover to me, like not a flower for spring. April and May are flowers. March feels like a 3-leaved clover, and it's not because of St. Patrick's Day that I think it's like a clover. It's just March has always felt green. I have just, I guess, an association. It's kind of like how people are like, math is red. To me, math is red, English is blue, science is purple. Wait, no, science is green and history is purple. But for me, with the months, it's like January is blue, February is pink, March is green, April is like yellow, but kind of a more orange yellow. Maybe I'm just saying that because it's my month. It's my birthday month. But I do think that April is some kind of like a yellow, like a pale yellow. And then I think May is actually pink again. June, July. I'm not too sure how I feel about June and July. But I think that they're definitely like, I think June is like orange, and then July is like a teal, like a pale teal, very like clear tropical watercolor. Like that's July. August, I think, is dark orange. September is brown. September is definitely brown. October is black. November is dark purple, and December is like forest green. That I definitely have that in my brain. Speaking of green, have we the chocolate mint ice cream at Costco? Is it very green? I don't think I've seen it before. Is this a new thing? I don't really go to Costco much, even though it's awesome. Oh, what? It's like the Costco cafeteria, like the food court is selling a chocolate mint sundae. Oh, I think I have to go to Costco. Oh my gosh. See, the key to Costco is if you have housemates, just one person needs the Costco membership, and then you just split it, and then it works out. Why do I have to be snowed in right now? You're snowed in and you're still thinking about ice cream though? Maybe I need it. It looks tasty. You know, I'm still upset at Costco though. I'm kind of salty at them. I'm throwing a little bit of a fit at Costco. They took away the churros. They turned them into cookies. And I'm like, man, if I wanted a gigantic cookie, if I wanted like a big cookie, I can get it from inside your store. I can get cookies from inside the Costco, but where am I supposed to get churros for like $1 now? What? Many months ago, a very long time ago actually, it feels like it's been this way for a while, but Costco replaced their churros with like a chocolate chip cookie. And it's a big chocolate chip cookie. But I don't like it. I tried it once. I really gave it a chance, but it's like too sweet. It's chewy, but it's like too much. It's too much. The Costco churros were perfect because they were crispy and they were huge. Gigantic churros. And it's like, what? Do I have to go to Disneyland to get a churro now? Sniff. It's like Disneyland churros. I mean, to even get one, you have to pay so much money to even get into Disneyland. But to get a churro there, you know, the churros, nothing will be as good as the Costco churro. But the problem is there's places that sell cookies. There are cookie places, but there's no churro places. Oh my goodness, I never forgave them for getting rid of the combo pizza either. I will never forget that they got rid of the pizza with the olives and the mushrooms. That was the one my family always got. That is like the only Costco pizza we ate growing up. Even though like when I was a kid, I was like, oh man, there's mushrooms on this. I wasn't a picky eater. I would still eat it, but I like the cheese one more. But now I'm like, give me back my my Costco combo pizza. They removed it. They removed it years ago. It's been gone. Since you've been gone. Since you've been gone. I've been struggling with drawing these hands. I have to lock in. But yeah, Costco combo pizza, it's been gone. Oh, yeah. Well, they replaced it, so I think there's like a different one. There's still one that has like peppers on it and onions, but it's not the same. I don't know. I think they just... I'm trying to look at like an updated menu, but I think they just were like, we're not selling enough to justify keeping it. So then they just had pepperoni and cheese for a while. This is why I make my own pizza, so I don't have to rely on retail whimsies. Hey, you know, I'm kind of a fan of frozen pizzas. I'm not going to lie. I have to eat them very sparingly because I do think I eat quite healthy, but every once in a while I will get a frozen pizza to just have in the freezer as an option because it's the perfect like emergency food. It's like if I really don't want to eat anything else for dinner and I don't want to go out and I don't feel like, you know, don't feel like cooking, the fridge is looking thin on ingredients, it's like, oh, but the frozen pizza is there for me in the refrigerator. She's there to save the day. And let me tell you, okay, I don't think I go to Whole Foods much because it's Whole Foods. It's, you know how Whole Foods is. They got everything but like the healthy variant, and you know, organic food, it's good for you, but sometimes it's like the same or too similar and then a lot more expensive. But there is one frozen pizza at Whole Foods that has like won my heart because it was on sale this one time and I was like, it was on sale this one time and that's how they got me. I've only ever eaten it twice, but they have, it's called their it's an Italian cheese board pizza. It's like really good. Man, even saying that makes me want it. I don't want to make you guys hungry, but they sell it in the frozen section and it's really tasty. Why go to Whole Foods when they're a farmer's market? My mindset. Oh, so Whole Foods is convenient for me only because sometimes other grocery stores, they don't have like fruit that I want, or it's sort of one of those things where like the strawberries look suspiciously the strawberries look like they were like 3D printed. Again, this is a rare thing. I still get my groceries just from like a grocery store, like a regular grocery store. But I think when it comes to eating like fruits that you just wash, it is, in my personal opinion, I like to get like apples and like berries from Whole Foods because Whole Foods fruit, they have non-organic fruit too, but the Whole Foods fruit is not crazy expensive compared to like a grocery store, because fruit all around is, you know, fruit all around is on the pricier side. Again, depending on where you live and everything like that, stuff's gonna be drastically affected. But for me, like Whole Foods is worthwhile, like just for the fruit. But you know, they have the fruit section at the front, and then you have to walk around like all the way across the store to like check out. And on the way, I will just peruse their frozen aisle because I'm like, is there anything on sale in the ice cream section? But I'm not even kidding. This is like the best frozen pizza I've ever eaten. I think it's the yummiest one, and I might be biased because it comes with fig sauce. That's not why I bought it the first time, but I am realizing, like, yes. Also, sorry for not drawing. I've gotten too passionate about this pizza conversation. It's this one. It is, frozen pizza, but there's a lot of cheeses and there's cracked pepper on it, and you just bake it in the oven from frozen, and you like defrost the fig sauce on the side, and at the end you put the fig sauce like on the pizza. It's really good. It's really good. But I'm also like, oh my gosh, I tried it one time because it was on sale, but now I'm like, maybe once in a while I would pay full price for this. I would. I'm not making a pun because it's wood-fired pizza, but I'm like, dang, I actually would absolutely be willing to like purchase this cheese board flavor of pizza again. But I've only had it twice. But it's like, I don't think it's super expensive. I think it's like trying to find the price. I'm trying to find how much it costs. I don't know why you would ever buy groceries online, but I am seeing, I think it's like $7, but I got it for $5. And I was like, that's pretty much how any normal frozen pizza costs. I don't know how they make it $5. Don't ask me how they make a pizza $5. I don't want to think about it too much. When I get like junk food and it's like $5 and I'm like, I don't want to think about what they put in this. Just let me have a bit of a cheat day, you know? Don't sleep on the California Pizza Kitchen frozen pizzas. I've never had before. Have you? I think I have eaten at a California Pizza Kitchen maybe once. Maybe once. And I think it might have been an airport one. No, I've eaten at a legitimate California Pizza Kitchen too, not just the airport one. So maybe I've had it twice, and it was disappointing either way. Some supermarkets can't price a frozen pizza that low unless it's the ones near the Best By date. You know, that might be why they were on sale, because I don't remember checking the Best By date in particular. I knew it wasn't expired, but I bought that frozen pizza from Whole Foods and I ate it the day of. Same day. I was not letting it wait. I was like, I want to try this. I want to try this pizza with fig sauce. Like, it's tasty. It was really good. Again, maybe I'm hyping it up more than I should, but I feel like I do think that if it sounds like something you would like, it's worth giving a try. Solely because when I tried it, I was really pleasantly surprised by the texture. Over everything else, I think the texture like was a pleasant surprise. Because I was like, whoa, like the cheese is actually soft and not chewy like a lot of frozen pizzas tend to be. How is the fig part? I think the fig sauce that they provide in the packet is like too much for the whole pizza. Like if you put all of the sauce on, I feel like it would taste pretty sweet. But the nice thing is the packet comes separately, so you actually bake the pizza while you defrost the fig sauce in like a packet in like a bowl of warm water. And so it's sort of put however much you want. You can just have it like a ketchup packet on the side and just squeeze how much you want like as you eat the pizza. So it's nice. It's very DIY. I don't know. I think of all of the frozen pizzas I've had, which is not even that many, but it is fun. It is fun to try frozen pizza. But of all the frozen pizzas I have had, that one was the best tasting. So it's like adding hot honey, but it's a fig sauce. Yeah, it's like sweet. It's sweet and it's not spicy. Like the sauce is not spicy. It's just kind of like it's not a fig jam either. It's just a sauce. Feels more like a honey though, like a fig honey. I think the texture of it is similar to a honey. All right, of course with our teapot, we gotta have those flat fabric slippers. I struggled a lot with deciding what kind of shoes I wanted to wear with this outfit. But I think in the end, the fabric slippers with the embroidery is both traditional and cute. I can't wait for fig season. Ah, that's right. I hope everyone that likes eating figs has a very lovely fig season. I will be politely abstaining. I like figs in fiction now because of RP event circa September 2025. But that hasn't changed the flavor or texture of the fruit itself. Abstaining. I don't like eating figs. I don't like eating figs. And also, if you do like eating figs, that's good because figs are healthy for you and that's lovely and I'm so happy for you. But also, please just never, you should never find out how they are pollinated. Just don't let curiosity kill the cat. Is that the phrasing? Wow, that's a terrible phrase. Who came up with that? I figured. So actually, I already never liked figs before, like the texture. And I know this because my sister and my mom really like figs. I liked fig jam, but just not the fruit raw. But I just, when I found out how figs were pollinated, I was like, oh my goodness. I feel so justified for not enjoying. Wait, how are they pollinated? Please don't look it up. Please don't look it up. I can describe it in a much less graphic manner. I can describe it in a way that won't be disturbing because the way I learned was there was a picture diagram. It was big and it was scary. I'm literally looking at a diagram right now. It's awful. It's awful. No. No. I literally said not to look it up. Oh. I was trying to help you. I was trying to help you. But also I was trying to spread my personal, you know, anti-fig. Yeah, so I guess needless to say, there are these, actually, I'm not gonna lie, fig wasps, they look pretty cool. Like, the non-pollinator fig wasps, they're orofarming. I never thought about it. I go to the backyard, I see fruits and go, yippee! Yeah, fig wasps, I'm sorry, I'm just not an insect person. I know that bugs are cool and they do amazing things and we need them and I'm grateful for them for the yummy fig jam. But I am scared. I am scared. No, I've ruined figs for you. Oh no. It's worth trying at least once to find out if it's for you or not though. For me, it's a texture problem. It's very much a texture thing. That's why when it's a jam, it's okay. Because the seeds, it just becomes like a strawberry jam. But the thing is, like, as much as I'm consciously like, bugs are cool, bugs are cool, bugs are cool. Like, my whole life, I've been trying to be like, bugs are cool. I cannot help the natural reaction that I have for them. I can't control it. And so I'm like, spiders are friends, and I'm also like, ah! Spiders are friends. Ah. Well, if you think about it, honey is fermented bee spit. Well, yes, but I actually like bees. I used to play with bees as a kid, and I got stung because I was trying to befriend them by holding their hands, like not their little legs, but I was trying to like basically catch a honeybee in my hand, and I wasn't gonna hold it in there. Like, I obviously like opened my hands to look at it, but like, you know, I just wanted to play with a honeybee because they're kind of fluffy, and then it stung me and ran away. You're so brave, OMG. I think it was described by my parents when they had to come to the office with me and my swollen hands. They described it as a lack of survival instinct. As opposed to bravery. Because they were like, oh no, like at first they were asking the nurse about it, and the school nurse in elementary school, and they're like, oh no, like what happened, you know, like was she playing in the field? And the nurse was like, oh yeah, she told me that she grabbed the bee with her bare hands and then got stung. And I was like, I didn't grab it, I just cupped my hands closed, like around it. So from the POV of the bee, it was like, oh my gosh, the world is ending. The darkness cometh. It is my time. Because to imagine to the bee, right? Like this little kid's hands like clamping over. It's like all lights just disappears, right? So I think about it and I'm like, oh yeah, that was probably pretty, you know, not fun for them. But it also wasn't fun for me to have a swollen spot on my hand after, so. But yeah, I just remember my parents' reactions just being like, oh, she cupped the bee and that's how she got stung. And I was like, yeah, I was just playing with it. And they were like, some things you just aren't supposed to play with. The bee is like, time to bring everything to an end. No, I think the bee was just like trying to get out, you know? Or it's like that fight or flight, like the panic mode where it's like, I will sting whatever I can come in contact with in hopes that it will stop the world from ending. Like, I think that's what it felt like to the bee. I'd like to take this moment to formally apologize to all Be Kind. I've since watched the Bee movie and become a changed woman. And I now do not grab and hold bees. I have not since I was in the 2nd grade. Have you ever seen the Bee movie, but it gets 15% faster every time they say the word bee? It's like by the time you're in the 3rd minute in, everything just sounds like it's so fast. Because they've said bee enough times by then to accelerate it to that level. Yeah, it's so awesome. I love stuff like that. I feel like I watch videos like that and I'm like, this is what the internet was made for. I get hit with this sense of comfort. Like, yeah, absolutely, you know? My brain was melted at that point. That makes sense. I've been watching, I think I'll give myself a bob on the side of the reference sheet. It looks kind of cute. So I mentioned how sometimes I like to watch YouTube videos that recap bad reality shows because it's fun to watch. You know, it's a guilty pleasure. Recently, I stumbled upon this older YouTube video, but it was gold. Old but gold YouTube video. And it was this show. There's this very, very funny guy recapping this show called Don't Tell the Bride. And it's about, like, the show gives, I guess, a couple a budget, and the groom has to plan the entire wedding without telling, like, but the bride knows nothing. And I'm trying to find the guys. Oh, yes. Curtis Connor is the name of this YouTuber. It was his video that I was watching. So credit goes where credit is due. He is the one that made the video that made me aware of this show called Don't Tell the Bride. But I'm just thinking about it right now because I haven't stopped, like, I guess I haven't stopped thinking about how silly it is in concept, but also how sad the episode he recapped turned out to be. Because the groom spent thousands of dollars, like, filling a warehouse with sand. And to make the reception look like a beach, I guess. But there was also no food. There was no food, I don't think, at the wedding. And I've only been to a few weddings. Like, relatives have gotten married in the past. But I must say, if anything is required at a wedding, at least to me, the guest, it's food. Mintmai VOD, but it gets 50% faster when she says blank. What would that word be? What would that word be? Man, it's bad. I haven't been watching actual shows lately because I feel like I'm pinched for time or I don't have the energy. So instead, when I eat my food, when I have a meal, I'm watching like a YouTube video instead about a show. But I guess that's why channels like that exist. It's fun though. I guess it's not directly like a React channel. It's more so like some commentary with a recap of things that happen. I wonder what word I say the most on stream though. It might. There's a good chance it's just the word I, like when I'm telling stories or just talking about what's going on. The good chance the most commonly used word on stream is just I. But it can also be something else. Happy Lunar New Year! Yeah, this is a design. It's a reference sheet for an official outfit. For my official Cheongsam outfit. Earlier, I mentioned just briefly kind of that this is not able to come to fruition soon as far as something that I can wear on stream. But I hope that I can wear it someday on stream. But yeah, it's official. The short hair, I don't know if that's official, but again, the short hair is mostly to show the back reference. I think I really like long hair with this outfit. Next year, fingers crossed, honestly. Maybe. We'll see. What if it's like just not Lunar New Year? What if one day I'm like, guys, I'm debuting an outfit and it's not Lunar New Year's time at all. It's just like, okay. But yeah. You guys have been really lovely and patient with me all the time, especially when I've gotten really swamped with, you know, different work or different projects and things to balance. But I do think I wanted to do this year for Lunar New Year so that at least you guys know what the official outfit looks like, even if I'm not wearing it on stream. You know? I just wanted you to see the outfit. Yeah, I wanted you to see the outfit because I could have kept it a secret this whole time, but I designed this so long ago. I technically designed a sketch for this like quite soon, like early 2025 probably. So it's like been a year. But I'm releasing the official reference to the world. So yeah, if you want to draw it, you totally can. But I do hope that I can wear it someday. Technically anything I wear could be quote-unquote official, like anything I draw myself wearing, but I do think that it's nice to differentiate between what is an official like outfit in my closet versus what is just something that was fun to like draw myself wearing. I think it's nice to have that differentiation of like, you know, the official fashion catalog. So this is one of those. But yeah, I'm so happy. I've been finishing a lot of things lately and I'm like, yes, slowly but surely. And it's nice because I think going to Japan will be like a nice, you know, a really nice break. Because I haven't been taking actual days off. I haven't been taking actual days off, and I think that days off are very important. And that's part of the reason why I ended up not streaming yesterday like I had wanted to on like during the Valentine's Day karaoke stream. I was like, oh, I'll stream on Monday. But I took yesterday off because I wound up turning yesterday into like a half work, half rest. Because I was like, okay, I got some work to do, so let's do some of that and then let's like rest for the rest of the day so that I can feel, you know, good before things get really busy this week too. So it's all a balance. You better believe I will be drawing this. If you would like, I'd be so flattered. I mean, the fun thing about fan art too is you don't even have to draw things that are in my official closet always. I'm super happy if you do, of course, but there's a lot of wonderful art out there just of me wearing whatever fun, cute, casual, formal wear that people imagine. So I think that's lovely. Pain Peckle, stay warm. Stay warm. Think about the Costco parfait. Think about the Costco ice cream that you want. See it in your mind's eye, that mint chocolate. You'll earn it. You'll earn that. And it'll be so good. Bum bum bum. You have the urge to draw this? If it's motivating to you, I'd be so happy if it, you know, inspires or just encourages like a little art motivation. But obviously, I think art is such a personal journey too. I'm happy if it makes you happy. Dun, dun, dun. Speaking of which, I was reminded. I wanted to mention, Kyle, your Donathon Shikishi is getting mailed together with your merch order, so keep that in mind when you see the tracking number. Not to bring business into stream necessarily, but I'm packing it together, so don't be surprised when your Mintmai mini standee order comes in the mail and it's like it's like not the size of the standee, it's like a bigger envelope. Yeah. You should get a tracking number for that in the coming days. Mintmail has been at work. I've hacked the orders in hopes of being able to go to the post office last week. And I even surprised myself, guys. I have not gone to the post office. I have not had the chance to go to the post office. So I'm like, it's gotta be this week. It's gotta be this week. I totally think I can do it, just like a post office run, but it's alarming how much time I was able to squeeze out of myself last week. Thank you for your hard work, ma'am. Thank you guys for the ever loving constant support. Like I don't even think I have the right words. I think it's part of that upbringing, I think, culturally and such too, where it's like you don't really receive things. And so sometimes I'm worried, or I'm like, oh, I hope that it doesn't feel like a broken record or lackluster in the way that I thank people. I just say it outright because I honestly don't know how to receive things. Like when people give me gifts, I don't know how to react because I'm like, I hope, you know, it's like when I give someone something, like you still hope for them to react joyfully, right? But then I think there is a weird part of my upbringing where it's like receiving things for free, technically, when you don't feel like, and I'm working really hard and I know that, but there's a part of it where it's like, I feel like I haven't done anything to deserve this. It's that kind of upbringing. It's like a grandma shoves you a red envelope. No, I insist, no. And then you run around and you try to refuse it, and then she shoves it into your pocket, like that kind of thing. But I think with streaming and since opening the bakery, I have been learning or trying to learn that I deserve things, even if it's for something as, you know, it's a weird feeling where it's like, am I, you know, is it okay to be receiving so much generosity and kindness for like, and, you know, I can say from firsthand experience, it's a lot more work than just drawing and playing games on stream. But even then, there's sort of that weird feeling of like, is it okay? Is it okay to be taking part, I guess, or being on the receiving end of such generosity. That is an interesting thing that I feel like I'm like, oh yes, I've learned it. I'll totally get used to this as a streamer, and then it's like, no, you don't fully get used to it sometimes. But I think, you know, I just want to share my genuine appreciation for everyone. And just like watching my streams too, it's like your time is priceless. Your time is priceless. You're the same way. It's in the DNA, but also fighting to win the restaurant bill. Thank you for liking my cute drawing. Welcome in. Happy Lunar New Year. I try and do art streams. Try to do art streams once a week. Yeah. I'm so happy when people say they like my art. I'm like, yay. I'll keep working hard. I think improving my art too has been like such a process. It's been a fun process, and it's kind of cool that it's something that you guys can see progress over time, like with streams too. Because I'm drawing this today, and then maybe like a year from now I'll be drawing something else and we'll be like, whoa, you've improved a little bit, that kind of idea. I don't know if I'm reaching a plateau or something with my art. I don't particularly think I am. But I do think that there's part of me that hasn't been drawing as challenging works of art on stream. Mostly because I really like chatting with you guys at the same time. And so when I do artwork that like challenges my brain more, I tend to want to do it in silence first, and then take those like improved skills and bring them to a stream. It can be kind of humanizing if you look at it in this way. The feeling not fading means that you'll never stop yourself from feeling grateful or appreciated. Oh, I see. I think I see what you mean. It's just like, I guess I'm happier knowing that I never want to take any of this for granted. How's that? Yeah. I think taking other people, like in general, just taking other people's generosity for granted is like not a trait that I would like to have. Not just as a creator either, just like people being generous with their time is a thing too. It's not just like a financial thing. It's more like, you know, it's a choice who you watch and who you support. Again, it's not necessarily a financial thing, but it's more of like who you spend, who you feel entertained by, who you choose to spend that time with. Like that's its own thing too. That's why I'm like, oh well, it's just another motivation to like work really hard and want to give things in return, I suppose. Oh, words of wisdom. You phrased it better than I did. No, not at all. You sparked the idea, and all I did was reword it a little bit, I swear. I don't think I've ever been great with words, but I do think I've improved a lot at articulating feelings. Yeah. I'm flattered. No, it's true. It's true. It's same thing goes with a lot of chatting on stream, you know, like I can prattle on, and this is something I think is absolutely necessary for everyone that wants to, you know, stream. At least anyone that wants to stream and wants to like improve at it, because you don't have to improve at something like streaming, because it ultimately, right, this is really fun and it should be whatever you want to make of it. But I often see like newer VTubers thinking about like advice, streaming advice, things like that. I think the biggest thing is, while it's very true that your chat being active with you will spark a lot of ideas for what you can talk about, which you guys literally do, you have to be able to like yap at a wall. Because when you first start streaming, there's no one chatting to you. And so you gotta be able to talk to the wall And if playing a game helps have like playing a game is already enough to have content to engage with, right? Every single like Let's Player, right? Like Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, like they are just talking to themselves. Like they don't even have a live chat, and yet they're extremely entertaining to watch, right? So if you ever want to get better at something like live streaming, get really good at talking to walls. Or get really, really good at, like, I guess the way I would describe it is if you're being, I don't know how we somehow pivoted into streaming advice, but I was just thinking about it. But it's like, if you're a passive streamer and you're only ever reacting to what chat gives you, then you'll be limited to the fact that you'll be limited by the fact that you can only, I guess, be entertaining when people are feeding you ideas, I suppose. You gotta be able to hold it out on your own, even if it's really hard. Hi, thank you for liking the sketch. I'm feeling quite good about the fluffiness of this boa. It looks nice and soft. I don't know how something like this would translate into like my art style for live 2D necessarily, but I think I trust the process, and I think that it can look cute. Emoji girl, the amount of times you've mentioned something I just came across a few minutes ago independently, I'd have 2 nickels. Eh? What do you mean? Expand on that. I'm curious now. Wow, it's looking so fluffy. Yippee. Is it like you saw something and then it's like I read your mind? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe we just have the same Twitter feed. Speaking of Twitter, oh my gosh. I think there's this monkey named Punch that has been punching a hole in my heart. I just came across a clip from a video of Jacksepticeye and you just mentioned him. Oh yeah, Jacksepticeye is great. I mean, I don't know him personally. I said that like we were old friends. But I like his content. I like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier and Manly Badass Hero. Those are my 3 favorite Let's Players. And you want to know something they have in common? They all play games I don't play. I like that they play games that I never ever want to put myself through. You will not catch me playing Iron Lung. You will not catch me playing FNAF. I think it'd have to be like a Batsu for me to do that. I have no reason to play Five Nights at Freddy's as who, you know. Again, I'm always down for a challenge. I played Chilla's Arts games. I braved Chilla's art games despite being super scared of all horror. But in general, a lot of the titles they play, I'm like, oh, I don't want to play this. And you know, some horror titles, they're really fun to watch, but they don't feel like... It doesn't feel like I feel inclined to play them. And for some more, I guess, niche horror titles too. Manly Badass Hero specifically, like he just does like horror. And so that's fun. I enjoy watching the Let's Plays. We can make it happen. We will catch her catching Pokemon. Exactly. And I don't like to say that I don't like to feel like I'm limiting myself in terms of what games I play, but you know, you gotta understand. some of these games are terrifying. Or very, like, dark. I forgot, because I drew the reference sheet facing this way. There's actually... I think I should draw, like, close-ups of stuff. Especially if it's, like, you know, a functional reference sheet. Want to make it nice and easy for artists to see everything. I love watching people play horror games, but most likely not play them myself. It is fun to see other people's reactions, it's true. And also there's a actual effect there. I don't know if there's a name for it, but it's the same thing with me watching horror games. It's like, because someone else is playing it, it makes it less scary because I'm not playing it in first person. Like, they're acting as the shock filter. So they're kind of absorbing the fear for me. It's like if I watched someone else play Me-Side, the mannequin scenes would not have been scary. But I played Me-Side in first person, and so the mannequin scenes were so terrifying. to me, at least, because I'm weak to horror, so... I think Me-Side might have been the closest thing I've personally had to, like a first-person horror game that was that terrifying. Chilla's Art is first-person horror games, but Chilla's Art has never had anything that's genuinely made me, like, freeze or want to stop playing. And even with Me-Side, I think I would have never played it if it weren't for streaming. But yeah, terrifying. Less tense because you're not in control. Exactly. And, you know, and the other person's, you know, voice, or, you know, if the creator has like their camera on or something, like, you have them again as the shock filter. They can absorb the terrifying jump scare. Like, you might also get jump scared by it, but then they're getting jump scared by it, and so it doesn't feel as terrifying. Funny how that works, huh? I'm just doing a zoom in on the hairpin because I wasn't able to draw it very well in the reference sheet. The flower friend is also smaller. As you guys know, there's gotta be a flower friend on every official Mintmai outfit. How should I do this? I think I got to... move them to the center for now. Because there's something else I wanted to show here. It's kind of hard to explain how I was thinking of the hairpin. So it's like a clip that goes over there. Drawing so pretty. No, you. Hi, happy Lunar New Year. I'm currently designing an official outfit for me someday. A Lunar New Year outfit. Hairpin close up. I want to try and express, I guess, how I'm thinking of the hair. This is the problem with angled reference sheets, because I have more hair accessories on this side, but it's hidden because of the head angle. Da, 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 da. Oh my goodness, no worries. You can always redirect and dip to go do whatever you need to do, you know, rest of your day, things like that. Thank you. I really appreciate the redirect. I really, really do. Thank you for loving my art. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Oomph meetup. A gathering of oomphs. call that we need like a name for like a gathering of oomphs. You know how there's like a murder of crows, like a pack of wolves? We need something for oomphs. It needs to be like an umph of oomphs, you know? It has to sound really silly, but I think we need one. It's like when you catch all your mutuals in the wild, but you don't call them mutuals anymore. Mutuals is a dead word on the internet, apparently. It's like, so 2015. An umphs of oomphs. Yeah. Let's go with it. It's like you need to like two oomphs meeting up is just a classic oomph ship. Like that doesn't count as a group, right? It needs to be like you open Twitter and then you click in the comments of a post because you're about to comment and you got like 2 or 3 other oomphs in there. Now that's an umph. I used to say oomph-tual. That is a mouthful. Like oomph plus mutual? Oomph-tual. I don't think I can say that. Oomph-tual. Oomph-tual. That's really that's so hard to say. I will say that if you type it like that though, I almost thought it's more like oomph plus ritual. So the common practice of getting 5 of your oomphs to stand together, and then you have candles and you draw a star on the floor, and then you sacrifice the oomphs one by one until it's just you left. No? An oomph-tuationship? Like an oomph relationship? I think oomph already implies that there is a pre-existing like relationship there. That is a friendship, right? So an oomph-tuationship sounds like you and oomph, but you're in like a will they, won't they circumstance. You're like deciding, you know, you're like, are we gonna be more than oomphs? It's a oomph situationship. But a situationship is already a situation plus a relationship. Language is funny like that. Oomph-licule? I know that you're trying to say like an oomph polycule, but it feels, again, I'm looking at just at like the purely how the word makes me feel. Oomph-licule more so sounds like your oomph's molecule, you know? Like you would go up to your oomph and you'd be like, hey oomph, every oomph-licule of you is beautiful. Like every cell of your body is gorgeous and fantastic and has a great personality. That's what oomph-licule is giving me. Oh, oomphling, yes! I like that one. We are the oomphling. Oomphling is like... Oomphling is like when... how do I explain this? I think of oomphling when all the oomphs, like, they use the same profile picture frame or the same, like, photo. We'll take note of this. We'll take note of this vocabulary. It'll find its way to Twitter. Go, my oomphling. It's how I feel when, like, every time it's someone's birthday or everyone does this, like, trend where they all turn their profile pictures, like, into different art of their Oshi and or like their Oshi's mascot. When I see a lineup of multiple people with the same profile frame or like thing in their profile picture, like a post of mine, when they show up like side by side in the notifs like this, you know, the little profile picture notifications, and it's like basically like variations of same thing, I'm like, oh my gosh, the oomphling. And also benefit if you're somehow keenly aware that all of these people like follow each other. Like if all of them are like related to one another, you know? I was like, ah, now that is the oomphling. I kind of would imagine that when you retweet something to your timeline, and then all your mutuals like start liking it, you like retweet something that you like to your timeline, it's just kind of like, go, my oomphling. Because then everyone following you like all likes it at the same time, and it ends up being quite fun. I don't know. This is great. The chemical bonds of the matter are just an oomph-ly-cule. My goodness. I was trying to think of like photon, electron, neutron versions of oomphs, but it doesn't work because it just all ends in tron, so it's like oomphtron. I'm trying to think really hard though, because I imagine that there's got to be a way to describe, like, there's oomph that's always like positive whimsy, and then there's oomph that's always crashing out, like, oh my goodness, my world is ending, and like that's the negative oomph. And then the neutron oomph is like the one that's always just chilling. In fact, the oomphtron, like as in the neutron, like the new shroomf. Shroomf! Yes. You got the pro-shroomf, the neutrumph, and the electrumph. Yeah. Protons, neutrons, electrons. Not to get all chemical with it, but I'm like, you know, you got various oomph titles. And I feel like the neutron oomph would be the one that's like, isn't necessarily very online. It sounds like you're inventing new Dutch words. I don't know what Dutch sounds like, so I can't say that it's particularly accurate. When I read oomphling, I just think of Mousehold from Pokemon. Such a cute Pokemon idea. Like, I think Pokemon looked at Tandemaus and was like, yeah, what if you had a Pokemon, but it wasn't one person, it was just two that are like always together. But in my brain, I'm like, how does that work? Do they share the Pokeball? And then when you evolve them, it's like they have children. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know if anyone's given that any extra thought. Because I'm not going to lie, they're adorable. They're adorable. I love Tandemaus and I love Mousehold. They're very cute Pokemon. But I think when they were first released, they were kind of the first Pokemon that I observed as like two separate Pokemon that are considered one Pokemon. They're so peak. Because you know how it's like Tandemaus. So technically, isn't it just two Pokemon that would be called Mouse that are just like forever together? What about Dugtrio? No, Dugtrio is one guy with 3 heads. That's my headcanon. Dugtrio is not 3 separate Pokemon. Like, you notice how Dugtrio is like always connected? But I'm pretty sure Tandemaus, like they let go of each other's hands sometimes, right? When they fight. Like, I'm pretty sure Tandemaus in some games in the overworld, like, are they forever connected to each other? No, right? They're just standing next to each other, and sometimes they separate. I know in the official artwork it looks like their tail is connected, but it's not actually connected. Like for Dugtrio, it's like they're always in that arrangement, so you can assume that... I love how distracted we're getting today. This is actually really good for me. I think I need this. This is what Dugtrio looks like, okay? And I know that they have noses. But they're always in the exact same arrangement. Because it's just like one guy. I feel like they have roots, you know? It's like one guy with 3 heads. Like, like Dugtrio, the 3 mounds are not like hedgehogs that like separate from each other ever. I guess I've really been out of Pokemon for a long time though, because again, it was just from Pokemon Pearl immediately to Pokemon ZA. Oh, Wishiwashi? No, but Wishiwashi is one fish. Like, if you look up a picture of Wishiwashi, right? You're saying that's technically a group of guys, but Wishiwashi is one fish that has, like, parasites, or, like, symbiotes. It's inspired by the real, you know, big fish in the world that have the little fish that, like, rely on living off of them, right? So that's technically still one Pokemon. However, Phalanx, I don't get this one. I don't understand this one. Phalanx is the Pokemon that's like, okay, this is like 10 guys in a trench coat. They are adorable. But I'm also curious how Pokemon works out its rules of like, you have multiple Pokemon that go into the same Pokeball. And also, it's more like, what if you're in the overworld and one of them gets lost? Like, do they just never get lost? Like, how are they always consistently staying together? Because if you have ever been in charge of a pack of anything, I say this as someone with 3 cats, it's like, they are not going to be all... They're not going to be, like, at attention. Although it seems like Phalanx does that. I was just always thinking, like, what if one of the Pokemon gets into the Pokeball and then the other ones, like, don't... Like, they're too far out of range to get absorbed back into the Pokeball. What happens then? What if you get all of your Phalanx except for, like, one? Like, one of the little guys is, like, left outside the Pokeball. What happens to him? What if they combine, like, Magnemite into Magneton? But Magnemite is literally an electric Pokemon. Like, Magnemite is also, like, connected. You know how Magnemite, when there's 3 of them, like, they're connected. You know? He just gains 3 eyes. Like, I believe that, so... I believe that every evolution of Magnemite is still one guy. He just gains more eyes. Because you can see how they're attached to each other. They don't break up or separate. Like, they're magnetized together. It's one unit. Not multiple, clearly independent little guys. That's why Tandemaus concerns me. Because I'm like, you are just a family of mice now that is relying on me to, like, get around and also to keep you all together. I don't know. I think Tandemaus is very cute, though. I think it's really cute how the 2 babies in Mousehold, like, one of them is always hugging. Like, they have a specific pose. Like, one of them is grabbing the tail and the other one is, like, holding hands on the side. It's something like that. Like, they have a specific standing arrangement. Okay, I've spent enough time looking at pictures of Pokemon. It's just so curious to me. Oh, for Dugtrio. I think Dugtrio is just like one guy throughout too, though. Or I guess... I mean, maybe they're separate guys, but they are attached by the dirt, you know? They could be 3 separate bros, but they're, like, attached by the dirt and they never separate. So then, I guess my logic works out. I don't know. It is really fun to think about, though. I checked the scene in the anime. I remembered wrong. The other Magnemites only danced around the evolving Magnemite. They didn't merge. Interesting. I somehow feel like they might not have the strictest of rules when it comes to, I guess, how designing the evolutions work as well. It would make sense to me if they weren't, like, particularly strict about it. Because it limits how much, like, you can work with creatively. And the whole point is, like, I think they have to... Or they don't have to, but I understand why they keep releasing new Pokemon. Because that's just part of the appeal of the original games. The fact that there's, you know, new things coming, new regions, or old regions, but, like, with lore. And, like, timelines and things. Introducing new Pokemon is always exciting. Although, I think they can stop at the current amount of evolutions. I think the current amount of evolutions is like perfect, and I can't imagine like another design. I remember when Sylveon first came out too. I think I remembered because prior to Sylveon, I also thought like the amount of Eevee evolutions was just like perfect as it was. I don't know, it's kind of hard because Pokemon's also something that's like so tied with like nostalgia too, that adding Pokemon is like yes, but also there's gonna be some people that are like not happy with, I guess, the aesthetics or something like that. It's tricky. We have 10 more Eevee types. Eh? It would also be cool for Eevee to get more evolutions. It is true because like Eevee's whole special thing from the start was like there's one of every type and you can evolve them differently. I would be interested in a ghost type Eevee. Like I think it's fun to think about, but in actual practice, I'm worried I wouldn't like the design. I need to see a bug type evolution. Oh, interesting. I guess there are way more types than there are like evolutions to begin with. That is true. Evolved using a real stone. I don't remember that. I thought that evolutions matched the legendary birds from Gen 1. That's why there are only 3. Oh! See, I don't know all the Pokemon lore, but I know that the evolutions, it was Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. And then they added Umbreon and Espeon. And then they added, like, Leafeon and Glaceon. But I thought that they were going to stop there for some reason. And yet, with the pattern of the fact that even some of my favorite evolutions were added later, I guess that makes sense. It's making more and more sense that they're adding more. Because technically, they were added over the years. I'm gonna try and make this as clear as possible, like how this works. I hope that I am able to explain it well. Or I hope that this drawing is able to explain how the hair works well. It's like this braid wraps all the way around the back. And then this side also has a braid, but it just goes straight down. Like they meet. And that's how I designed it. But it is a little bit of a complicated design. The dress itself is simple, which is why I wanted to make the hair stand out more. Thank you, Queen, because I know I'm gonna struggle with that. You can draw braids as simply as you want to. That's the beautiful part, though. Let's see. I will make a note somewhere. This is like the right side only. I'm gonna write in third person for a second. Okay. Okay. And then I have... There are these like pearls that I added into the hair. And I think it looks really nice, but I kind of only put them on this side to like match the, like I didn't put pearls throughout, you know? But now I'm wondering if I should. I think just a couple is nice though, because I like asymmetry. Eats your handwriting. No, my handwriting. I feel like handwriting is 3. I'm gonna just note that it's only 3 pearls. 3 pearls in, wait, only only 3 pearls in braid, so like they don't keep going. And they are 3 different colors. I made them like an ombre. I can't write in a straight line. They're not straight lines. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a straight line. It's okay. I have to tilt it. I don't know why I can't write in a straight line ever. The letters always like float up wherever they want to. I have to write this in 3rd person. I'm like imagining that someone else is using this reference. I think it's normal to write like that without a guide. It's true. It's true, but I kind of wish I could write so much nicer like first try. It always slants upward. Oops. Even though I like tilt my canvas to try and help the tilt, but no, it doesn't help. Okay, I hope this note helps though. I feel like I should draw the loop too. I'm just trying to be as helpful as possible. Especially because I'm the one that designed it, and I think it is a little bit of a... It is a little bit tricky to draw. I feel like I don't need to be too detailed in the braid. It's just like that. If I want to write pretty, I always grip my pen a little too hard. Oh, me too! Me too! I think I grip my pen way too hard when I'm trying to make my handwriting nicer. It's bad. It's very bad because I think my poor, like, right hand, like my finger that grips the pen, the callus that forms, and I never give it a rest because I'm drawing and stuff. So I think I've already come to terms with the fact that like I have perma finger callus on one of my fingers. It's worth it for the art, I would say, because it's just I can't hold the pen any other way. Does anyone ever switch their pen grip, honestly? I feel like once you solidify how you want to write, like as a kid, it's just that way forever. There's no reason for me to. Yeah. Trying to write fast or write good made my calluses really bad. So much that it warps my fingernail. I think it's like, once the callus gets really big, it will affect how that cuticle looks. But there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like that's totally normal. I feel like sometimes you just gotta look at things in the world and be like, it's not a bug, it's a feature. How do you hold your pants? By wearing them, and maybe sometimes a belt. Yeah, like, you know, a belt for fashion, although I don't particularly need a belt. You're not worried about it, you're just thinking it's funny. That's good, that's good. I think I've met people before that are like, oh, my writing callus is so bad, just because I know a lot of artists. But I'm like, that's awesome. You should be proud of your callus. It's like back when I was a ballet dancer, everyone was really proud of like the calluses on their feet. And then people would tell stories about like how if they ever got their nails done, ballerinas, they tell the nail salon, the nail tech that's doing like a pedicure for them or something, they are like, please don't sand down the calluses. I need those or else my feet will really hurt without them. Pants grab. Eh? Wait, I've also been told how I hold my pants and chopsticks are strange. Oh! I think it was just a typo, but even then. I sometimes do partly because my sister told me I hold my pens weird. How do you hold your pen? I don't know. I feel like if humans are interesting because we're like, oh, you hold your pen differently from how I do. That's weird because it's not how I hold my pen. Like, I think that might be one of those situations. Not assuming how your sister was talking to you, but I think that I've experienced that before too, where it's like, ooh, you sit funny, or like in your chair. And I'm like, well, yeah, this is just how I sit. I've seen this exact diagram of like, and they specified like a demographic, and they're like, yeah, this is how people from this specific like group sit. And I was like, damn it, I do sit like that. And yes, I am. I sit with like I sit like this at my desk. I have my hand here, and then this hand is like drawing, and then the other leg is down. This is how I sit. It's like how it's most comfortable. Me too, yay! I will say, I like broke my toe from sitting like this once, and that's why I've since adapted. I've adapted to, we're gonna change the POV to be top POV. The way I broke my toe was like really silly though, and also you probably wouldn't break your toe. It's just like, I found out with x-rays that I'm missing part of my toe that's supposed to allow for more flexibility. So like, imagine like the desk is here. So I sit like this now. So like I basically, all I did was I moved my knee down so that it's not up, because I had to adapt and overcome. The reason why I broke my toe was because my desk is here, right? So when I got up out of my chair, I typically like take this leg and I like lift it out. Like I use, cause not to say I'm not an acrobat or anything, but I used to do dance, and so you know, my limbs generally follow my intentions, and flexibility and some muscles will get you that. But I typically like lift my leg out, but I didn't push my chair back enough that day. And I lifted my leg out too fast and kind of slipped. And then my toe, like my foot, smacked like the bottom of the desk really hard. Or rather, I'll draw a better diagram. It was like specifically like my toe. One of my toes took all the force, basically, from like smacking like my foot up this way. And then I broke it. And then I went to not the emergency room because it wasn't bleeding or anything. But I was concerned, and so I contacted my housemate and I was like, hey, I think, you know, this might be not a normal stub. Was the desk okay? Yes, it was. Thank you for asking. It's a solid, you know, it's a wooden desk. And the desk survived, my toe did not. But hey, it's pretty fun because through that experience, I learned via x-rays that, yeah, I'm like missing a bone. Or rather, I'm missing bones, plural. And I found out this is something more common, I guess. The doctor was like, yeah, it might be a little bit more common, like in Asians. Just like, you know, sometimes health stuff is like that, where it's like, oh, this trait might be more commonly found in your, like, ethnicity. But yeah, it's like some of my toes are like missing the third bone that is supposed to allow them to be flexible. Sorry about the missing bone, I ate them. It's like, not to like draw toe bones on stream and get all anatomical, but it's like it's like my pinky toes, like a normal pinky toe. There's 3 bones because it's supposed to be able to like have the flexibility to bend like this. But my bones look like this, like they're fused because they never separated. So it looks kind of like that instead on my x-ray. There's no third bone that helps the tension. And so I fractured and like I broke it right here. I just like had to wear a special shoe and like I broke it right there. So you know what? It wouldn't have broken if I had a normal bone because it would have just bent. The pinky toe, it's the pinky toe and the 4th toe. So it's both of them. But some people, they just have the pinky toe that's like got the fused bones. Some people, it's like more other toes. But for me, it's like just 2. It's my 4th toe and my 5th, like my pinky toe. Those 2 are the ones that are prone to getting fractured because of the lack of a extra bone, because they can't bend. Oh my god, my pinky toe is fused. Yeah, you can check. You can feel it. Like if you take your hand, again, you know, probably wash your hand after, but if you take your hand and you try and bend your pinky toe, it technically should do this, but a lot of them are just like that. But it's technically 3 bones. But a lot of humans, when you're babies, the bones never separate. The realization, my feet are clean. They probably are, honestly. I feel like everyone always assumes that feet are really dirty, but hands are much dirtier than feet, if you think about it. At least for me, who wears house slippers at home, and like you go outside, like if you're not wearing sandals, like if you're wearing socks, your feet are probably cleaner than your hands. Because at most, you might sweat, like, you know, a human being does, but your feet are probably cleaner than your hands that have been, like, touching doorknobs and whatnot. So I find it funny that feet are somehow the one associated, like... I guess it also is just, like, a long history. Feet are often associated with uncleanliness when they are, in fact, probably cleaner. Because they are protected by shoes these days. Truth, exactly. I speak the truth. I don't know. I mean, feet are just feet. Stop the feet discrimination. Exactly. You know, the other thing about feet though, and the funny thing is, like, I think it's a problematic pie chart of like, I am a VTuber, I'm talking about feet. People can jump to their conclusions, but like, I don't even think of feet in that way. Like, I'm not into them whatsoever. In fact, I think I'm like definitely not into them. However, I don't mind if other people are. It's just like, for me, you know, whenever I see art that's like getting a little footsie, I'm like, excellent skills, and then I just keep on scrolling because I'm just not, I don't know. I just don't see it like that. But I can't blame someone that does, because I'm like, you know what, that's just really normal. That's just really normal. Again, not doing myself favors by pointing that out. I wasn't exactly saying that as a disclaimer, I was more so just pointing it out because I want to follow up and just say, like, I don't know. I think that feet are, like, as a body part, they are underappreciated. You're neutral about them. I'm neutral about them. Well, no, how would I explain this? On an attraction scale, I do not care for them. On a human being scale, I am highly appreciative of them. Does that make sense? Like, on a human anatomy scale, I'm more appreciative of feet and their function, like far more than I think the average person. Because also, you don't know how annoying it is to like have your toe broken and because I broke my toe that one time, I was also like, wow, it limits your mobility so much just from like having one toe like really hurt and be like in a bad position and you need to like keep it in like a brace and straight. It's like, yeah. So yes, I root for the mechanic, not so much the aesthetic. I am neutral on the aesthetic. I think I'm much more, I think I prefer hands if you're talking just purely aesthetically, but you know, I think I prefer hands and knees and forearms and like belly fat, like just like a bit of a layer of that or more. In fact, like, I think tummy rolls are great. I've got rolls. Everyone's got rolls when you sit down or when you stand up. Like, I don't know. I think also just as a woman that is alive in the world, I want everyone in the world to know and appreciate the fact that your lower abdomen is gonna be squishy. Because even if people are like, they got rock solid looking tummy or something like that, it's like they're flexing because we're all bones that are covered in squishy stuff. Like, What about armpits? I'm picky about them. How's that for an answer? I'm picky about how they're represented in art because I think I've seen the variety of artistic expression that exists out there. I will always be someone that I personally just appreciate like SFW art a lot more. I think I'm just someone that I really love, like, you know, beautiful artwork that is also safe for work. Like, even if it's a bit sexy, like, I personally want to appreciate and, like, I personally am a connoisseur of, like, safe for work artworks. Especially because, you know, there's a lot of content either way. But again, just because it's not for me, you know, doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. When it comes to the fact that online, there's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be different things for different people, and just like, as long as everyone's being nice to each other, I feel like the internet is just doing its thing. But yeah, I'm not into NSFW like generally, like not really someone that looks at or is into NSFW art like personally. just because I think I've seen a lot of it that just like is not interesting to me. Or I think I've seen some of it that like represents intimacy in a way where I'm like, I just don't think I'm that into that. I want to just see like cuter stuff, I guess, like cute and not spicy things sometimes. That's like my general, just like personal preference though. I feel like, you know, that's just how I like things in my online in my online feed. But where was I going with this? Oh, I think I think if someone was asking about like armpits in art, I understand that they're appreciated, and honestly I think it's totally fine that they're appreciated, because I don't know, I feel like when it comes to human bodies and human body parts, like we should be absolutely praising things and making people not insecure about stuff, because there shouldn't be things to be insecure about when it comes to, you know, your body. It's more so, okay, here's the pit take. I think it's nice when they look like that, and that's it for me. I think if the, again, this is my personal preference, so I'm not saying there's any right or wrong, but for me, this is where I stop. This is where I stop personally. Just a fold of natural fat that exists there. I think that sometimes I see like a lot of lines, and I think I just stylistically prefer something simpler. And I also think that they are often dramatized in artwork, if that makes sense. I think the appreciators, okay, of the pit genre, there's nothing wrong. But again, you gotta know that your favorite thing is often drawn misrepresentative. That is all. And I think that's fine though. Again, I think art, there's art in exaggeration. But my personal preference is like, it's like whatever. My personal preference is like meh. Like a very solid. Also, I'm gonna switch tabs really quickly because I need to grab something. I need to grab some colors from something I don't want to show. Hee secrets. Just kidding. I just want to grab some colors off of a reference. Snag some of these colors. Okay. Dun 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 dun. 哇，新年快乐 Miss Miss， 新年快乐 Miss Arisa， 新年快乐。 I'm working on this outfit design. We were just talking about art and perhaps partly spicy preferences with art. We were also just talking about body parts because I told the story about how I broke my toe, and then that devolved into a whole conversation. But it really is whatever floats your boat, you know? I feel like so many things with life and preference is like whatever floats your boat. Just don't be spreading things that are like clearly harmful. Or something that's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like where the lines are drawn are different for everyone though, and like that's fine. Like people are different. As long as you're not being a nasty person and you're not hurting people, you're chilling. You know? I feel like that's generally always nice to bring up when you talk about just like, especially when I'm talking about my personal preference, I'm like, you know, if you're watching this and you just love some art of beautiful feet, who am I to say anything? You know? Like, you go enjoy. you go and enjoy whatever media you like, you know? Don't necessarily you know, you don't have to force it upon everyone else necessarily. But it's like, you know, you're chilling. Wait, did your toe infuse when you broke it? No, that's terrifying. When I say broke, it's more like there is like a clean fracture, but the bone didn't actually snap in half or anything. I don't mean to describe it so graphically. But again, I think, you know, everyone's gonna have their own boundaries. And if you're like, oh, I don't like feet like that, then good for you, and vice versa. That just sent chills down my spine. Oh no. No, it was just a fracture, like a. I guess definition wise, is there a difference between a fracture and a break? Does it have to like break to be a break? Yeah, your timing is crazy, Arisa. Just kidding. I don't associate you with your foot toggle, ma'am. I just want you to know that. I think that sometimes we let these things die. You know what I mean? Like the moment passes and it's more like if it makes you happy. OMG, really? Yeah, I don't know. Girl, did you think we are friends? Did you think I associated you with feet? Like genuinely? Like actually? Did you think that I have reduced you to such measures? I do associate you with minions. Every single time I see something like minion themed, whether it's at the grocery store or something, because for some reason minions are everywhere. Oh my gosh, minions are absolutely everywhere. Every time I see something minion-esque or like minion associated, I send it to Arisa. Like I take a picture of it and I'm like, look. I saw Minions Goldfish. That's what I saw. I saw Minions Goldfish and I was like, Arisa, they made this like for you. Like they made this for you. Like boom. Okay. Yes, you sent me the goldfish. It's awesome. Excuse me, what? There's Minions Goldfish. You don't know about Minions Goldfish? Minions Goldfish. It's like the same thing with Baby Yoda. Wait, Baby Yoda minions? What do you mean Baby Yoda? But yeah, they're goldfish, but they look like minions. Yeah. I know there's Toy Story Goldfish. Really? Did you know that there's a new Toy Story movie that they're working on? Well, I guess this was announced. This is old news, but like, there's gonna be Toy Story 5. But they said that Toy Story 4 was gonna be the last Toy Story. So I'm like, oh, that's a little bit awkward. Cause in all the interviews and everything, they were so like, yeah, Toy Story 4, this is an end of an era. Oh, you mean as in they're everywhere? That's true. I think I see Yoda less personally than I see Minions, but that is just in my experience. I've seen so many more Minions than Yoda. But also, it could be one of those there are minions everywhere for those with eyes to see thing, where it's like, because technically my eyes are more easily drawn to minions because they're familiar to me, and like Arisa really likes them. So like I notice like, oh, you know, I have a close friend that really likes minions, and so I take note of minion existence. But for Baby Yoda, I have no ties to Baby Yoda because I still haven't seen Star Wars. I have never consumed any Star Wars media besides the Wii game, the Wii Lego Star Wars. I played just a little bit of the Wii Lego Star Wars, and that's it. And I've heard over and over that it's like, it's great and, you know, world building, da-da-da. But I think at the moment, I've just been enjoying other things. Movie-thon for Star Wars. But the thing with things like Star Wars, it's like they just kind of feel... And I'm not comparing the two series because, again, I haven't seen either, but they feel like Dune. You know what I mean? They feel like Dune in that the world is so vast and big, and like it's a lot of interpersonal like conflicts, and it's a lot of long... It's like a lot of... There's so much. There's so much. It's like One Piece. I don't know. But I guess One Piece is different. I feel like One Piece... I could be wrong when I say this, but One Piece, despite being a very long series, it feels like it's more specifically character-driven, like following the group of characters, rather than world-driven. Because stuff like Star Wars, you know, they make so many, and they are character-driven, but for instance, they have stuff like The Mandalorian come out, and it's like, you can have a bajillion side stories within Star Wars, but it's like, this is just happening at this point in time in the timeline. What are we talking about? I was talking about how I've never seen anything from Star Wars, like any Star Wars anything. But yeah, the Star Wars, Lego Star Wars is my only connection to the franchise at all. I mean, Star Wars, it's a big franchise. It is a big franchise. It's major, you know? It's a big deal. But it's just one of those things where I think if you don't grow up with Star Wars, it's hard to find yourself being deeply interested in it as an adult unless someone else really unless someone else strongly influences you to watch it, I think. And of all of my friends, I think there are people that are like, yeah, I like Star Wars, but no one is like, man, you've gotta watch Star Wars. And so I'm just like, I'm in no rush, you know? Do I want to watch it at some point in my lifetime? Probably. You know? Probably. Because I think here's how I think about it. When I think about the fact that there are people that exist in the world that have never seen Dungeon Meshi, or not even seen. There are people in the world that do not know Dungeon Meshi's story. Like, they don't know Dungeon Meshi's story, they have not read the manga, they don't take part in like any of the media. I am filled with like a deep sadness. I am like, oh man, there are people out there that don't know that Peak exists. And that's how I feel about Dungeon Meshi, for example. And I think that is one of the few series that I feel so strongly about in terms of that. Which is why I do recommend it whenever I get the chance. But I also understand the anime is like still coming out, you know, season 2 is happening, yay! But it's just kind of like, there are people that like are not engaging with something that I think is extremely good. And not only good, I think the themes and everything, it's like valuable to society. Like, I think that Dungeon Meshi deals with things that feel like it is like valuable to like us as a human society, and it tells all of these things like through such an engaging and beautiful story. So I think that way about Dungeon Meshi, but I know out there's someone that feels just that strongly about Star Wars, or feels that strongly about One Piece. And so that's why I'm kind of like, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, you know, I'll never watch those, because I haven't seen them. I don't know how good they are truly. If you've never seen something before or tried something before, you truly don't know how quote unquote good or bad or enjoyable it is, because you're only getting information from other people's opinions. Like, no one can objectively tell me Star Wars is good or Star Wars is bad. Like, no one can tell me that, because I am the only person that knows how my brain works and my life story and how I will find value in Star Wars. Like, it's not going to be possible to discover that until I watch it, which is why I'm like open to anything, even if some days I choose, like, you know, a lot of the days, at least these days, if I feel like I don't have the mental energy to engage in something that I think I want to get more invested in, or like, you know how something like One Piece, right? For example, a lot of people say One Piece is peak, right? Even people here right now. But it's the idea that, like, you know, One Piece, it feels like it's not a piece of media that is so easily casually consumed. Because it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start One Piece, and it's like you're committing. I guess you don't have to commit to it, but it's one of those things where it feels like because there's so much of it that exists already, it's hard, right? Like, imagine if Freerun was 20 seasons long right now. So many people love Freerun and are able to follow Freerun because it's coming out right now. It's not 1,000 episodes long. Imagine Freerun was like same quality it is today, same story, same like everything, like, you know, really good, right? At least in my opinion, it's a very well-made piece of media. But imagine if Freerun like was already 1,000 episodes out and it wasn't popular in the West when it first started. Like, I think when One Piece in my brain has not been like advertised or westernized or pushed to us in the West until more recent years. But that's why there's like already thousands of episodes out. Or not thousands, but there's hundreds of episodes out. But it's because like anime and manga and things, they're you know, they're imported. They're imported, and so yeah. But how about Pokemon or Detective Conan? Well, Pokemon was westernized. Or I wouldn't say westernized, that's not the right word. Pokemon was put on the shelves and reached like way more kids everywhere. When I was a kid and I knew about Pokemon, you know, like on the DS, I didn't know what One Piece was. And I think that's where the difference is. Like, how come so many people know of Naruto? It's because it was like, as it was coming out, like it was pushed to an extent to the West, and I don't know if One Piece is a piece of media like that. It's a strange thing where it's like One Piece for a long time, I think, missed its window of getting people to follow it from the start. Like, I think people that have followed One Piece from the start, it wasn't easy to find. You know what I mean? So that's why now that it's like so far in, getting new people to go back to the beginning and go through this many chapter thing, it's hard to ask someone to sign up for that time commitment, right? Because it's another feeling of like when the person recommending something to you is like hundreds of chapters ahead of you in that same media, doesn't it make it a bit more difficult to think of yourself like reading it? I think that's just natural though, where it's like, I think that it may just be purely natural, this idea of I'm recommending this to someone, but I'm currently 2,000 chapters ahead of them. So for them to get to the point that I'm enjoying it is going to take them so many hours. Yeah, people consume Pokemon like we all, you know, no matter what age you were when Pokemon was starting to become popular, it's like we technically all grew up with Pokemon. Like, we've all been alive for Pokemon releases, like a Pokemon release, like there's, you know, at least one. And Pokemon you can enjoy without knowing any of the lore. But the thing with One Piece is like, you can't just jump in to the story right now. You know, that's a valid POV, but it's also nice to see someone reach points in the story and react the same way you did for the first time. I feel that way about something like Undertale, for example, right? Seeing someone else play Undertale Pacifist for the first time is a real joy because of the fact that it's like, oh, I'll never be You know what it is? I think people that read One Piece, like they totally, you can correct me when I'm wrong, but this is the impression I get when people really recommend One Piece. It's like they also kind of want to relive that experience of like reading it again for the first time. I think that's a very natural inclination for when you're recommending things. It's like, I wish that I could go back and read it like spoiler free, you know? Because now that I know everything, I technically can never have that exact experience again. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of that to it, right? But again, it's that idea of you know, something like Undertale has an ending. So when I want to see someone, or when I'm very excited to see someone experience it for the first time, I know that they will eventually come to a conclusion. But with something, again, I'm using One Piece as the example because I think One Piece is like the most popular piece of media that gets recommended, and then everyone is like, oh, but it's long. And I get it, because I've been there too, because I still, you know, I haven't read it, but I want to give it a chance sometime, just when I feel ready, you know? And I guess that also begs the question, like, well, when will you feel ready? And it's like, it's kind of hard to say, you know? But again, like, I think about the things that I think everyone should read at least once, and I live my life knowing that a lot of people will never read those things that I think everyone should read once. Like, that kind of feeling is strange, right? I know that feeling too well. It's like, oh, you know, I love Witch Hat Atelier. I think I don't feel quite this way about Witch Hat Atelier, only because it's not done yet, like it's not finished. I feel so strongly about Dungeon Meshi because it is a complete, you know, it's complete. The story as we know it, like, you know, of course the world building and everything like that can live on in its own way, but the story following the characters as we know it has ended, and so you can get something amazing out of that story that's like complete. And you don't even need to like watch the anime to understand or appreciate what Dungeon Meshi says. And that's why I recommend it like that. That may be true. I know I got into One Piece this year because a friend really loves it a lot, and I have been keeping them updated with my progress and thoughts. You really have to prepare for a commitment like that. I think the difference as well is like, you are enjoying it, but you also have like a friend, right? Like, you have a friend that you're telling about it. This is not a solo journey. Because at least for me with One Piece, I wouldn't even be able to update you guys on stream about my progress watching One Piece, because I'm pretty adamant about not spoiling stuff for people. I'm pretty adamant for not spoiling stuff for people, so I can't just come on stream and be like, oh yeah, I read to this arc, and then people in chat will be like, ooh, yay! But then that experience of its own could be a spoiler for someone else that's like looking for One Piece. So at least I think, you know, I've got a lot of thoughts about this. Positive thoughts, of course, but it's kind of a cool thing to think about where, like, technically, right, if you're reading One Piece for the first time, that's really, really exciting. But if you're reading off of a friend's recommendation and you are updating them as you go, you kind of have the extra joy of like deepening that friendship by enjoying some media together. But for example, in my case, it's like there's no one I would talk to One Piece about. Like, if I read it, unfortunately, I would just have to enjoy it myself, and that's okay. And I don't think that's necessarily unfortunate. But the truth of the matter is, I think that does make it so I don't feel like it's urgent. Hey, I'm right here. No, but that's the exact thing I was talking about. It was like, if we spoke about One Piece, like right here, right now, what happens? Because what happens is, then it's a spoiler. Then I'm spoiling One Piece for other people. And I don't want to do that. My DMs are open, Smile. Oh my gosh. You're so smart. However, it would be not appropriate for me to do that. I really appreciate the thought, though. But I think there are reasons why I feel like it's not a good idea for streamers to do that. And it's not even necessarily a matter of like, I think everyone always talks about, you know, parasocial relationships, this and that, right? And not to get too much into that, but I do think it's almost like, it's like I don't have time as well. And also I feel really bad if it's just like, that the reason why my Discord DMs are closed, once upon a time they weren't, but a big reason why they're closed is because it's one of those realizations where it's like, if you want to offer any kind of one-on-one communication with your community, then you must offer it to everyone, because it's just not fair any other way. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, or it follows along with my personal principle of enjoying all the time that I can spend with you, like right now, like on stream, because this is the time that I specifically want to dedicate to time with you, you know? I think anything as soon as it gets to TMs becomes really, really blurry in terms of time, not just time, but just like a lot of factors. It gets complicated, and I am on the side of not complicating things. And again, I don't know if I don't think anyone was particularly serious about that, but I was like, it doesn't hurt just to mention my personal thought about it. It's just that idea where it's like, okay, if you DM anyone one-on-one, then you gotta you know, if it's anyone, then it's everyone. Like I just don't know how else to put it. And I think it's not so much a struggle, but it's more like a personal preference, where this way as well I can spend all of my time dedicating my energy to things that are for everyone to see, you know? There's nothing from me, I think, that would be more enjoyable. That's part of the reason why I don't really use my own Discord as much. It's the same idea of like wanting the most enjoyable experience to be right here on my channel. Right here. Because I think that's just how I really like it. I don't know. I feel like some of it doesn't even necessarily require an explanation, but I understand this is a subject, especially with VTubing, that is a great point of curiosity and interest. Like, and I think a lot of people disagree on different things, or a lot of people agree or disagree on different things, because I think it's a strange balance, right? Because I absolutely, you know, I feel close to my community. I feel like there's like a tight-knit feeling, but equally so, I think people that have never been here before but stumble across our community for the first time, stumble across the bakery, are just as welcome. It's like that idea. I went on a whole tangent there, but yeah, it's like One Piece. Back to talking about One Piece. I want to read it sometime. And then I'll become the person that's like, please read One Piece. I think it'll happen. I think if I read it, that would happen. Although I have nitpick. I have nitpicks about One Piece, and I don't want to be mean, but I have nitpicks about One Piece already though. I don't think it's fair for me to like. I think I should hold my criticisms though. I think I just have to hold my criticisms and just read it though, you know? Because the criticisms I have are more so just coming from like an artist's perspective. And I think I don't want to let that dissuade me from reading it though, because it is not surprising to me in the least from like the shonen genre, for example. My nitpick is that, to me specifically, again, some people might get really upset at me for thinking like this, but it's just from everything I've seen. To me, I just think it's interesting. I think it's interesting, and I kind of think that there's a very diverse cast, like visually, purely looks. I think there's a very diverse cast of men, and I think a lot of the women look the same, unfortunately, just like art style wise. And even if that's like a choice, I think that's something that, you know, with who I am and how I exist in the world, I like to just point out that that is a thing that influences my initial opinion on a piece of media. Girl, I feel you. It's the thing, I'm like, everyone's like, One Piece is peak, and I'm like, yes, but everyone's face also looks like Nami's face. You know? Again, hey, I'm no better. I really salute to the mangaka for drawing a series and writing a series that is so long and so beloved. But that doesn't mean that that's an invalid criticism, you know? Or not even a criticism, because it's like, it's just something to point out. But again, as a woman that also reads like the shonen genre and enjoys it, it's something that I'm used to, but it doesn't mean that I'll just let it slide without being like, that's interesting. Like, I think, you know, it's something where I do think a good piece of media can just be good, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be equally enjoyed by all people of different backgrounds, because your background will influence how you see a piece of media. And I think that undeniably, right, people will have really different life experiences, and you know, gender is such like a big part of that. Gender identity, whether it be that or just like the sex you were born as, like that affects people's views of the world, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just think the most interesting part of being human is like having a conversation about it. But yeah, I'm glad that my haven't read One Piece yet thought on just the art style is not coming from an unfounded place. I say that after seeing obviously lots of art from One Piece, so I wouldn't say that with no exposure. I could never get into One Piece because while I do think the storytelling is interesting, I really don't like the art style at all, just for me personally. Sometimes, I'll be honest, it can be hard to get over that. I think it's not something I've experienced as much with manga. I do think, because I guess with manga, a lot of the manga I read, I think when I pick it out, it's not to be like judge a book by, you know, I don't want to judge a book by its cover necessarily, but art style is such a huge part of manga that I do think a lot of the times the things I pick up already have like styles I really enjoy. That's just a part of the genre. It's a natural part of the genre. But I'm thinking about it, and like I remember reading like I think it was a webtoon, a webcomic. And keep in mind, those are in full color, right? And so, you know, art style is also gonna factor in there. But I think the art style bothered me so much that I couldn't keep reading it. And this has happened so few times for me. If the story is genuinely good, I kind of like push through it. But I'm like, that's why you like the manga cover for Hunter x Hunter? Oh my gosh, I've heard great things about Hunter x Hunter as well. I think, you know, not to again shill my favorite series, but there's more than one reason why Dungeon Meshi is my favorite. Yeah. Isn't the Hunter x Hunter mangaka married to Naoko Takeuchi? Aren't they just like the manga power couple? Naoko Takeuchi made Sailor Moon. And I'm pretty sure her husband is the mangaka for Hunter x Hunter. I'm sorry, his name is slipping my mind right now. They're a manga power couple. Bringing it back to Dungeon Meshi, well, I think it's appropriate because that's where this conversation started. It's just the idea that something that is so peak media to you, some people will go their whole lives without knowing it. And unfortunately, that is just life. But it's one of those things that pains me occasionally. The idea that someone will see Dungeon Meshi and go, ah, it's not for me, and like never give it a shot. Like, it pains me. But I think I just have to like accept it, you know, because people are just people. But it's something that I could just kind of have to accept. And then on the other hand, the reason why I will recommend it so vehemently, and I don't recommend it like every stream on stream, but like in my day-to-day life, it's like the one series that I really recommend so vehemently, because I think like more people reading Dungeon Meshi, the more people read it, the better. It's like that idea. Oh, that's so cute. A little design that nods to Tuxedo Mask. Oh my gosh. That's so crazy. Sailor Moon is so iconic. I don't even particularly like... I used to be super into like the lore of Sailor Moon and the timeline, but that doesn't mean that I think it's like the best world building ever or something like that. But it is very enjoyable. I was so into that. I'm definitely adding it to my list now that I've heard your thoughts on it. I think the best part is that it has so much for a story that is so... It doesn't feel rushed or condensed, but like it's complete. It's 13 volumes. It's 90, I think it's like 90 something chapters. And then it just ends. Like the story has its own resolution. Like the author, again, my favorite mangaka ever, Ryoko Kui, but like she doesn't drag out the story at all. You know? It is not dragged out so that the series lasts longer. Like it's perfect. I can't think of a flaw with it to me. And also, if you want to talk about like the most diverse character design ever. The most diverse and interesting like if you look at her art books and her notes and everything, like the fantasy races, they are developed. They are developed and it's amazing. But yeah, I think if you want to give the anime a try, totally do that. You know, the music is, there's incredible soundtracks in there. I personally shill the manga because I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect as a manga, and the anime is just extra food for like my greedy soul. When your favorite piece of media gets adapted well into another piece of media, you're like, okay, I can't complain. I have a difficult time saying that it's better, but I will say, you know, I can sit down and play the music. I can play background music while I read the manga. You know? I'll try to check out the manga first. I mean, you don't have to do it in a certain order, honestly. If watching anime is easier and more fun, definitely do that, and then you can read the manga. But yeah, when I look at the Dungeon Meshi anime, I'm like, this is like, I'm just being greedy. Like, I'm enjoying this, and that's me. Like, I'm being such a well-fed fan right now. Because of course you want to see characters from your favorite manga get adapted in like full color, which is better though, manga. I was like, I'm not gonna say it's right. Manga, the manga's better, guys. The manga's better. Cut the cameras. I think this is, you know, if anyone thinks the anime is better after reading the manga and like actually reading the manga, not just like skimming it because they're like, I already know what happens because of the anime. If you actually give the manga a read and you think the anime is still better, then maybe you just prefer animated media, right? Like maybe you just prefer the story being told like that, with full color and music and everything. And I get that. But Dungeon Meshi has some of the most beautiful use of like, just know that the writer of the story is equally, like, she is equally skilled and amazing at paneling, to storytell through a black and white comic, to evoke emotions. I think that the way she draws the facial expressions is so difficult for someone else to capture, if that makes sense. So that's the area where the anime adaptation falls flat, is like, or I don't think it falls flat, it's more just, it's missing a level of expressiveness simply because the original mangaka was too good. That's what I think. It's missing a level of expressiveness that I was hoping to see, but is so difficult to replicate because the original artist is that good. It's like she will be able to draw like a micro expression, and I don't know how to explain it, but it's like people's faces, and also like everyone looks different from each other. Basically, if you shaved every character in Dungeon Meshi bald, like all of their faces look different. If you dressed them all in the same clothes and you shaved all of their head, like if you shaved all the hair off, they would all look completely different from each other. Like you would recognize and be able to name them. And I think that that is so incredibly rare. And as an artist, I don't even think I'm that good. You know what I mean? I often just draw my own OCs. Or honestly, these days, I'm probably just drawing myself the most. And so that's a very limited window. But to me, it's so like, I'll just keep gushing over it because I'm like, so glorious. It is so glorious. Why are we shaving them? No, I just think it's incredible that like even in her own art book, she tried clothing swapping the characters, and it's like, yeah, they still all look like themselves. They're just wearing someone else's clothes awkwardly. But I'm the best artist in all of YouTube? No. The moment the mangaka of Dungeon Meshi gets a YouTube channel, it's over. Again, my personal favorite artist of all time. I think, you know, it's a matter of preference and what I find important when it comes to art as well. So, of course, everyone's favorite media is going to be laced with their own bias, but I'm sure you guys can trust that my recommendation does not come unfounded. Yay. I totally get what you mean. I never really read manga before this year, but I can definitely understand and appreciate what you mean, I think. Yeah, I think, it's surprisingly hard to... When you take away color and you take away movement, it's incredible how much skill you would need to make something really feel like evoke this, you know, the emotions. There's no sound, there's no color, there's no movement, but it's perfect. Do you think you appreciate the artistry of the manga most, or the story told through the artistry? I enjoy the story more than the art. But I think it's because I enjoy the two of them together the most. But let's say if Dungeon Meshi were a novel, I think if Dungeon Meshi were just written like as words, to me it would be an equally valuable piece of media. But I think it's better that it's a manga. It's better that it's a manga because instead of describing how every character looks with words, Ryokokui is able to draw every single character as she intends them to look in the world, and that is like a picture is 1,000 words. Because I could describe to you exactly how Leos looks. You know, I could talk about his blonde, like he's blonde, the length of hair, his face, the way his nose has like a slight like bump at the bridge. Like I could describe Leos in great detail and it would take up pages, and it would still not capture like how he looks in the manga, because he makes this like dumbfounded expression. And anyone that has read Dungeon Meshi or even watched the anime may keep up with this, where it's like, you can't describe how this man looks sometimes because his personality is kept encapsulated in all of the different faces he makes, and I think that seeing it makes so much more sense than describing it. I don't know. Closest thing I can think of to like a perfect piece of media that also I think there's just like a beautiful theme. Hearing you still think the story told is so amazing is really cool. I think the story itself and the world building that the story itself provides is already extremely valuable, if that makes sense. It's like when I think about it, I think that it's beautiful because there's this sort of very big theme in Dungeon Meshi that's talking about like life, like being alive, like the idea of being alive is a thing, right? Because in Dungeon Meshi they deal with things that are also like not alive, like ghosts, right? Or not necessarily ghosts, but like spirits and things, because it's fantasy. But the way that they talk about like Dungeon Meshi discusses life, that's what to me like really sets it apart. Like it's not just a fantasy story that deals with different fantasy races with different lifespans. Like Dungeon Meshi talks about life in a way that I think so few media has. Wow, this has just become Mintmai yaps about Dungeon Meshi as she like draws a little bit. Worth it. But I can't. I guess after I read Dungeon Meshi, I was left with this feeling of like, I wonder why not more things talk about things Dungeon Meshi talks about. Like Dungeon Meshi takes into great consideration and asks questions about like different dynamics between different fantasy races, right? Some with lifespans of 50 years, others with lifespans of 500 years. And that difference causes a lot of things within the world socially. But it's interesting because it's kind of weird because like, no, it's not weird. It's great. But it's interesting because it's like the politics of the world is constantly there, but it never overshadows or feels overwhelming or crowds the fact that the character or that the story is like purely character driven. The story is a beautiful amalgamation of like everyone's choices. And everyone has agency. Everyone in the story has agency, and even though like we don't get to know all of them like fully, it's like surely, you know, you trust that outside of the pages they're just as fleshed out because they show snippets of their personality. Like they can be just as fleshed out as the characters that are focused on. Anyways, that's my brain like running at many miles an hour talking about Dungeon Meshi. It's so beautiful. I'm thinking all of these fresh thoughts because I reread it not too long ago, actually. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on it. I'm so happy to. Don't know if you can tell, but Yapper, when they're asked to talk about their favorite piece of media, you will not see rest. You will not know rest until I'm done prattling about Dungeon Meshi. Except the catch is I'm never done prattling about it, so now we just have a catch-22. We're like stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck here forever to be in a cycle of speaking about Dungeon Meshi. I mean, the thing is, I could do something as far as a Dungeon Meshi themed Zatsudan. The problem with that is I think it's very difficult because it's very difficult to talk about it in its full depth with no spoilers, you know? I've said pretty much most of what I could with no spoilers. I think once we want to start talking about like some of the themes and everything I find so valuable, like you gotta get into spoiler territory. And so that's never worth it. That's never worth it because Dungeon Meshi, you know, if you got accidentally spoiled, that's okay. But if you can experience it spoiler-free, fantastic. If I gave a PowerPoint about Dungeon Meshi, it would be many hours long and also full of spoilers. I could do it spoiler-free, but again, I think it would be gravely underselling what Dungeon Meshi is if I had to do the whole thing spoiler-free. It would be greatly underselling what a masterpiece it is to me. And then I'd be like, ugh, I can't do it. Cause what worse feeling in the world than underrepresenting your favorite piece of media? What greater pain can there be? I'm being dramatic now. Okay. Today was a bit more of like a slower art day, slow and steady. I think that's good though. That's exactly what I needed on this fine Tuesday. I think I'm gonna go ahead and... Oh my gosh, guys, it's 5 p.m. Okay, this is a good time. This is a good time for me to start wrapping up. I think it's a good time for me to start wrapping up. I'll post a work in progress though. I'll post a work in progress. Oh, it's only Tuesday? I forgot. Ah. Yes, it is in fact Tuesday. I know, I know. This looks cute though. This looks like a, you know, like a clean reference. I'm happy with that. Today, we managed to knock out, you know, one, like, just from this alone, that is enough information. Like, technically, just this front facing could be a complete reference sheet. Oh, I didn't do the embroidery on the shoes yet. Oh, do I want to do it now, though? I think I'll do it later. I'll do it later tonight. So cute. I just want to get blush on. Finishing touches will be later. I wasn't particularly expecting to finish this in one stream, but today I had extra fun, like, just doing a lot of the chatting alongside the, you know, alongside the drawing. There are days like that. There are days where we do art stream, and I'm like, I feel like doing just as much yapping as drawing at the same time. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys. I learned this technique for drawing knees. It makes them look really, like, makes them look really nice. It's something that I have been seeing in a lot of art anyways. But I love when people draw really nice knees. And so I can't help but want to draw nicer knees too. It's like you draw like the 3 lines, like the bottom shadow. Kind of draw like a little face. Did you ever notice how knees kind of look like little baby faces? Yes, they do. They do, exactly. I remember talking about that one day with friends, and we were like, oh my gosh, they do look like little baby faces. And then I felt like a little bothered by it for a little bit. I was like, now I can never look at knees the same way again. But you see, you zoom out, like, those really look like knees. I think the ooh, this might work on a more detailed illustration, but the problem is I kind of shaded the dress and everything relatively minimally. So now it looks like the knees are so detailed. Okay. We're gonna go with a more classic knee blush on this art. Even though I enjoy more detailed knees. I think this artwork requires a bit more demure kneecap action. I can't believe kneecap action is a word that I just said, but it is. So, so be it. But yeah, knees look like little baby faces. Isn't that fun? So demure, so mindful. Okay, I think I'll pause here today. I'll share whip. Or maybe I won't. Hehehe. I think maybe I'm so close. Actually, maybe I'm not that close to finishing it, but I might wait to have a complete reference. Oh no, but some people did want to draw this. I want to give it to you then. I will just post the work in progress. I'll post the how it's looking so far. I think compared to when I first started drawing like on stream and stuff, I used to be braver. We used to be a proper country. Is that how the quote goes? We used to be, it's like when their fandoms fall, they're like, we used to be a proper nation. We used to be a proper nation. I didn't worry about how complete things were. But I think it doesn't matter. Share art to share art. I'll be braver. This bottom embroidery, it's like a bread. It's like a bread and then like wheat. If that makes sense. I'll try and make the bread look more obviously like bread. See, it's bread. Bread. Yay! Okay. Well, that's what it's looking like right now. This is the design that I've had in the vault for a while. But I'm revealing it this Lunar New Year to celebrate, you know? To celebrate and also to make it so that we can just enjoy this design even if it is not like something I can wear on stream just yet. I trust someday. Yay! Bum bum bum. I just want to say I adore your whole bread theme. So cuteful. Thank you. No, you're cuteful. Thank you for spending so much time with me today. I will bring us back here. Bring us over here. Okay. 恭喜发财! 红包拿来. That means you know, Happy Lunar New Year. Now give me the red envelope. You guys have been holding it all stream. I get to hold it now. And then I'll give it back to you later, I swear. Smile. But thank you guys for spending some of your Lunar New Year with me. Whether or not you celebrate again, I hope that I could share some of the festivities with you, because it's always fun to, like, you know, grow up with the holiday and then be like, hey, you know what? You can have fun too. Even if it's, I guess I'm of the belief, like, even if it's not particularly something you grew up with, if you got friends or someone to introduce it to you, it's just fun, you know? It's just fun to see people wishing each other like another Happy New Year. I like that sense of joy and whimsy. But yeah, I'll be heading off. I can't believe it. I'll be heading off now, Sniff. I'll see you guys later though. I'll see you guys on Thursday for Pokemon. I can't wait. Tomorrow I'll be working really hard. I think I gotta do some workies tomorrow, but then I'll see you guys yeah, on Thursday. Oh, cute. Yeah, you can share anything, of course, in the Discord media channel. I do lurk about. I take peeks. I like to just be like this, observing mode. But, you know, mostly that's for everyone to just enjoy themselves. But again, have a lovely, lovely evening. I really loved enjoying spending time with you. That's a lot of adjectives. That's just how much time I enjoyed spending with you. Oh wait, before I forget. I saw because it was under the Good Mint My Morning today. I'm gonna steal Alex's work. This is, oh wow, that's a big red envelope. Stealing Alex's work. It's not exactly a red envelope, but this is fun because it's it's technically it's technically the it's the lucky paper. It's like there's I forget, this word means something great and auspicious and wonderful. It means something great, but then I forgot how to read it. But you hang it upside down on your door for good luck. So, dun-dun-dun-dun. Hey, you can't just steal while I'm making more. Oh, Alex gave us red envelopes too. Wow, that's so cute. That's so sweet. I like that they're flower friend, like a flower friend, gallantly riding a horse here. And of course, there's pretzel in the bread. But thank you so much. I'll have this hung up upside down on my door for very, very good luck this new year. Sorry, let me bring you guys your red packet back because I accidentally let the paper replace it. Look, it was here the whole time, guys. It was here the whole time. It's right here. All right. Have a great evening, everybody. Mintmai rocket is blasting off again. I'm taking the red packet with me. I'm taking it with me. Whoa, I'm taking it with me. I'll give it to you later. Smile.